Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Ad Hoc Housing Element Committee meeting. It is, I can't believe it's April, but it's April 18th, 2022, 4:30 California time. So I guess to start, we'll do the roll call, and I'm going to ask Laura to help me as always. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Starting with Jeff Alps.
Here.
Amy Armsby. Here. Sarah Doherty.
Here.
Eric Doyle.
Here.
Bill Kelly.
Here.
Ann Koff-Sill.
I'm here.
Andrew Pierce. Al Sill.
Here.
Nicholas Targ. Bob Turcott.
Here.
Janie Ward.
Here.
Sarah Wernikoff.
Here.
Helen Walter. I see Helen.
Sorry.
Oh, great. Helen's here. And Chair Swisher.
Here. Thank you. All right, so at the moment we have 108 people from our community participating, which is terrific. I think before we get started, I just wanted to make one point, and I just wanted to emphasize with everybody who's listening in that the work of the housing element is, really being done in the public eye. I wanted to assure people that decisions are not being made anywhere other than in these public meetings. So having you participating is really important, and it's a great way for you to be involved and to stay informed on the decisions and the considerations that we're making. You do not get updates from the town team on a regular basis in terms of what they're working on with the consultants that we've hired to be involved as they evaluate options and pull together material and information for us in these meetings. But that work does go on behind the scenes. But again, we're not making decisions about any of it or discussing it offline. So, okay. So the first part of the meeting is oral communications. And persons wishing to address the Ad Hoc Housing Element Committee on any subject not on the agenda may do so now. Please note, however, that the Ad Hoc Housing Element Committee is not able to undertake extended discussion or action tonight on items not on the agenda. Comments will be limited to 2 minutes per person. So we'll turn to our community. If anybody has comments they want to make, again, about things that are not on the agenda for this evening, please put up your hand. Okay, Bruce Roberts, go ahead.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes, my name is Bruce Roberts. I am a proponent of open government as provided in the Brown Act. Any conversations between committee members and the staff, in my opinion, is subject to the Brown Act. I remind everyone that the town attorney works for the town and not necessarily for the residents of the town. And any claim of attorney-client privilege might be applied by a future town council to obtain information that is sent between yourselves and our town attorney. So I would advise you to be aware of your liability or your responsibilities and make sure you don't erase any emails or texts between each other. Thank you.
Okay, Karen Askey, you're up next.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. It is my understanding that a municipality may amend its housing element after the submission, and Portola Valley needs to be open to that line of thinking. Yes, it'll be more work and time, but in 6 to 12 months, we will have so much more information to make better decisions. We will have completed our safety element, our fire mapping that may have associated development standards with it, and our evacuation planning. We will also have learned much more from other towns and studies. The absolute last resort should be rezoning occupied sites. We've heard from property owners that this is not a feasible solution. So let's move forward to submit the best plan we can, focusing on ADUs and town-owned land. And let's keep talking to private landowners with undeveloped acreage, be it Besio, Neely, El Mirador, Stanford, or the like. But each year or two thereafter, let's check in to see if we're on track. If things are drastically amiss, we can amend the plan then. We should continually be looking for new solutions after the initial plan submittal, as this should be treated as an iterative process. We can improve each iteration as new data becomes available. We can do this together. Thanks.
Thank you. Rita Gomez, you're up.
Thank you
Go
for
ahead.
taking my comment. I just wanted to comment on the meeting that is scheduled for tomorrow and the meeting that is scheduled for Thursday that you have to pre-register for. You know, a lot of people in the community did not receive that letter because their property might be less than an acre or for whatever reason, but all the people in this town want to be part of that meeting, want to know what's going on. Perhaps their lot is small or something's on their lot, but then their neighbor's lot is bigger. And so just like we're not getting that how many 300 yards or 300 meters notifications when our neighbors are building anymore or rarely, I think it's also good that everyone in the community is invited and allowed to participate in the meeting tomorrow and the meeting on Thursday. We are all one family in this town. One person poops in the pool, we all get out of the pool. And so we all have to work together, and having meetings only for this little group or that little group, and you have to, you know, put your blood type in is a bit unfair for our beloved community. Thank you. And I really hope that it opened up for everyone, that the Zoom links are shared publicly for everyone to participate.
Can we just clarify that, Laura and Dylan, about how people
Everyone is
participate,
welcome.
where the information is, and how they were invited to participate?
Yeah, everyone is welcome. They're public meetings. We have a meeting scheduled tomorrow. It's an ADU focus group. And then we have a meeting scheduled on Thursday for people who may want to opt in to upzoning. Those meetings have been published on the town website. We did ask people to RSVP so that we could figure out how to staff those meetings and how to accommodate the volume of people. So everyone's welcome. We do have people that have RSVP'd that are not necessarily interested in that specific thing, but wanted to observe the conversation. So it's gone out in the, what we call the Thursday newsletter. It's gone out to the housing listserv, and it's been posted on the website in about 3 different places. So if people are interested in joining those meetings, they can email staff at housing@portolavalley.net, and we will get you this information to join.
Yeah, it's a public meeting and we'd really appreciate.
I'm sorry, Rita.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Catherine Besio, you're up. Go ahead.
Hi, yeah, I'm just here on behalf of my mom, who is having a lot of trouble with the discussion about her property and feels some disrespect as someone who's lived in Portola Valley for 65 years, and would appreciate it if people would stop speaking about her property's availability, and if they would like to speak to her privately, and that she's, you know, I'm just, as her daughter, I would like to just speak up for her because this is hard. So anyway, that's just a friendly request to be respectful of people who are being talked about, but who aren't there.
It's a good reminder. Thank you. Okay. Ellen Vernazza, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to bring up, I tried yesterday, I looked everywhere on the website, on the town website to figure out how to get into these meetings on Tuesday and Thursday. I couldn't find anywhere. I just feel like we're trying to be kept out of these things. It can't be that hard. And to get to a public meeting, and why isn't it just on the agenda, or why isn't there an agenda that we can go to just like normal meetings? I think it's, I don't know. I just feel like we're kind of getting worked on here by not being able to just go in and try to find out how to get to a meeting. Thank you.
Okay, maybe we can be a little more specific where on the website we can get that information.
portolavalley.net/housing.
Okay, so portolavalley.net/housing is where you get information on the upcoming 2 meetings. I want to assure everybody that everybody in the public is welcome. There's no effort here to do anything other than that.
And those meetings, through the chair, are not meetings of this body. They are not Brown Act meetings where we post an agenda. They're a different type of meeting than that. That's why there's a different method for participating or for signing up.
Thanks. So this is more of a community outreach kind of meeting, right? Where you're
Yes.
getting input from members of the community directly with the town team, right? Yeah. Okay, Christy Corley, you're up next. Please go.
Thank you. Regarding the meetings coming up, I guess mailings were sent to the mailboxes for an acre or more. And I think that just touches each person much better. I would have loved to see it go out to the entire city if we really want to have attendance of the entire city. So it feels a little, I don't know, exclusive or something. And I don't think that's who we want to be. I am concerned that we get put into 2 different rooms. We are one town. We want to hear what everyone says in one room. So it is possible to get, 100 or 2 on a Zoom. And I would just love to see that. I'm concerned about the evacuation plan before this fire season, and that is now. So we are right around the corner from that, and I haven't seen an evacuation plan. I would like to see pre-application processes so we know what development is coming, and pictures whenever we can see it, especially if it's going to be multifamily, multi-use. And the 4th thing is, the last 3 planning commission meetings have been canceled. And this is our opportunity as residents to hear and talk with each other and debate pros and cons of things. So I know that Los Altos Hills has canceled no planning commission meetings, and they were appointed by the town council for their expertise to make discussions for the residents. And I'm super disappointed those have been canceled.
All right, Christy, your time is up. Thank you so much for your comments. Rusty Day, you're up.
Thank you. Just with respect to the public meetings, it's my understanding that the Brown Act prohibits any requirement to register for any attendance at a public meeting. So perhaps the town council could advise on whether the town can legally restrict access to public meetings by requiring residents to pre-register.
All right.
Thank you.
Maria Erdy. Go ahead, Maria. Hello? Maria, are you there?
Maria, and unmute on your end.
Can we go on to the
Yes,
next?
I'm here, but I don't have any specific question right now. I'm
Oh.
just listening in.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll go on to Leslie Kreis or Kreis. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Leslie, are you there?
Yeah, hi Jocelyn. It just
Hi.
the unmute came in a couple seconds late there. Hey,
No
I challenge anyone sitting there that I can see to go over to whatever it was, portolavalley.net/housing and try and sign up for these meetings. Because I just went there and there is no direct way. There is a way to sign up for housing emails and information and that kind of thing. There is no link to sign up for these meetings. So I encourage all of you to give that a try.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that and make sure that it's working the way it should be.
Well, you're getting close to a meeting tomorrow and it's not working.
Yeah,
But anyways, that was my comment. Thank you so very much.
thank you. Laura, do you think Dylan or Carrie could take a look at that and make sure we're all right?
There's a link to a flyer. The flyer describes the 2 meetings, and then the flyer has an explanation of how to sign up.
Terrific.
If people are not experiencing that, then please let us know.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Bob Adams, you're up next.
Yes, 2 things. One is I did not receive the letter, and I checked with 7 other people. 2 of them received the letter, 6 did not. And we all have 1 acre or more, so I'm not sure what the exclusion was. And so it's harder to sign up, obviously, if you don't read the information or get the information. Secondly, one of the things that I've tried to let people know is if the town established a setback or buffer or whatever it might be, the town can change that number. And just to give an example, we have 75-foot buffers, setbacks, we have 55-foot setbacks. We also have 4-foot setbacks. So depending on the circumstance, the town can do what it pretty much wants to, as long as the town was the one that set it in the first place. The third item is that one of the things that could be considered is the town may want to sell the Blue Oaks property, the 13 acres, and use the proceeds as an incentive system to help facilitate ADUs or whatever other housing strategies that we have. But the money could be useful for incentives to encourage people to do what the RNA is expecting us, our arena is expecting us to do. And lastly, I've understood that the Sequoias have land and they're willing to develop. And this is from the head of the Sequoias. So I'm interested to understand if the town has actually talked to them and asked them what their intentions are, what their willingness is to use the Sequoia land. Thank you.
I know that the town is in conversation with Sequoias regularly. Richard Krevelt, you're up next. Hi, Richard.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all. We formed, the local businesses formed a small professional association so that, we can be represented as well. And I just kind of feel like we're not sure who to voice and direct our preferences and our opinions to. But I just wanted to make it known that we do have a small association of local businesses. We kind of object to the rezoning aspect of the commercial buildings to be a multi-use scenario. We feel that by doing so, it would push a lot of businesses out, make it more costly for local businesses. There's no parameters for, developers to make provisions for small businesses. And I can elaborate quite a bit more, but I just wanted to state for the record that we do have a professional association of local businesses that are very concerned over the rezoning of the commercial space. And we would like just to be, heard, during the appropriate setting. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Ellen, did you already go? Ellen Vernazza? All right, we got Nicole Amundsen.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Thank you guys for your work. I know this is pretty damn difficult. um, I'm sort of new to the game and I'm catching up on all the info, but I am here to speak for nature just so we don't forget her, because that is why we all.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, somebody's upset about that. You didn't mute yourself, whoever said that. But anyway, c'est la vie, I'm still here to speak for nature. And I know that the footprint of 250 housing units is massive, and it is massive to this town. And so, you know, if we had 13 acres, that would solve the, with 30 units on it, that would be 250 units. Imagine what that would look like. The town would never look the same again. So my question is there no other way to try to find some other urban communities that would be interested in swapping, and we could help fund some of that, because there's more transportation there, because there's more jobs there, et cetera, et cetera. And I know that window closed, but maybe there's still more creative solutions out there to at least lower the number from 250, because that is so impactful to this community. So that's one of the things that I wanted to share, and I'll stop there.
Through the chair, I'll just respond quickly to that. It is not legal to trade obligations with other communities. 5 years ago, Assemblymember Mullen introduced a bill to explore that. It was pulled because of, I'll say, strong opposition from other communities in the area. In past housing cycles, we have had such an arrangement where we could trade between jurisdictions within the county. The current housing cycle, one was never made because the larger communities that have traditionally accepted some obligation from smaller communities refuse to accept them. They have enough obligation as it is. We have explored it extensively. It is not an option in this cycle. I'll leave it at that.
Justin, you're muted.
Sorry. Salim Demerji.
Hi, my name's Salim. I'm calling from Mountain View, but Portola Valley is a lovely place. I just want to remind the city that there are real ramifications to this housing element process. So the governor has allocated millions more dollars to the Housing Accountability Unit in the state regulator's department. And the head of that accountability unit, David Zisser, recently said at a community meeting that he has marching orders from his own bosses to lean in and be aggressive when it comes to enforcing housing element law. And that was in response to a question about the builder's remedy. So if the city is not able to get a housing element that HCD deems compliant, there is a remedy where builders can build at any density. So if you're worried about apartments, the most important thing you can do is to ensure you get a compliant housing element that meets state law. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Wally Finch. Go ahead, Wally. Hello? Wally, are you unmuted? Can we go on to the next one, please, Dylan? Jerry Welch, you're up next.
Yes, thank you so much, first of all, for serving on this ad hoc housing committee. I know it's the most difficult chore that must be quite time consuming and frustrating. I just want to express my thanks for that. And then today I read a post on the forum by Rebecca Flint, and it got me thinking. I had a bit of an epiphany, and odd that that person just called in from Mountain View, because that was right along my thinking. We need to look at a very big picture. Right now, we're trying to just meet this 8-year standard of 253 new houses, some being lower income We need to look at the ramifications beyond that point, because where else will we be able to build? And I'm extremely concerned about rezoning to R3, because we're setting a precedent. And once that happens, those of us and I think most everybody that moved here, if we took a survey, they would say they moved here for the nature and the aura of our town. And it's very different than other places. So if we look down the road, what we do now, my one new thought that I may have heard before, but I don't think it's being focused upon, is, for instance, myself, we're building an ADU right now, and I'm happy to join that committee. We started in 2019. We're still doing it. So our permit was pulled. I think we need to put in our town housing element that it's not when you pull the permit, and I believe that's the way it is now. Like, ours should really be counted as new because it's not done, it's not approved. I also would like to see older pool houses and structures, put it into our housing element, that we can go back and certify those. And I bet there'd be a lot of people that wouldn't mind taking in someone, especially with the cost of taxes and all that's going on right now. So those are my two
That's
thoughts.
really helpful. We'll pick up some of those ideas later. Thank you for calling in.
You're welcome.
Yeah. All right. Have we heard from David Bessio yet?
No, not yet. I was just on the call to listen in. Sorry, I didn't mean to raise my hand there.
Okay.
I wanted to find out if the discussed property at 291 Georgia Lane was going to be discussed again. I want to make sure that someone is represented.
Thank you. Wally Finch, are you there? Okay, we'll go on to Neil Weintraub.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Hello?
sir.
Hey. Good afternoon. Thank you all. I just wanted to reiterate that two comments that were made. One was regard to the meetings and the website, because now in this meeting, there's been twice representations that this information's on the website. And I'm sorry to tell you, we're looking and just don't see, certainly don't see anything easy to actually get to these other meetings. And I don't think this is an item in isolation. So as the other person had called and suggested, go ahead to the board itself and take a look and see if you're having a different experience than we are. And then the other observation is just with regards to one of the board members scoffing when someone dared suggest that the nature should be considered. I'd like to reiterate that it seems to me nature is actually at the core, is at the charter of this city from its origins. So you may want to revisit why Portola was formed as a city and not lose sight of that rural character. Thanks.
Thank you.
If I may, I just want to let everyone know, I posted the information on the PV forum, where to join these meetings and where to find the information. So we'll rectify anything and make it easier after this meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, Janie. Okay, people that have not yet spoken. Wilson Farrar, go ahead. Hey, Wilson, how you doing?
Good. Hey, Jocelyn. Hey, everybody. Thanks so much for all your efforts. I'm going to reiterate what other people have said. Just thank you very, very much. I know it's a difficult job. Just on the website thing, also, I've not been able to find it, and I appreciate all your efforts to make it easy, because I know it seems easy sometimes, and then you look and you can't find it, or we can't find it. Maybe you can post I went into the housing element update, then to the go to ad hoc housing element update, that little button. And I was able to find information about the meetings, but I couldn't find the links. And then I tried to sign up. So maybe you could just, if there's any reason not to, I don't know what that would be, but just post the Zoom information in there or somewhere easy. That would be very helpful. So I'd love to be on there tomorrow. And just to reiterate, yeah, I am a single woman who has worked so hard to finally buy a house in PV. And, I got here a few years ago as a homeowner, and I came because of the nature. I did come because of that. And I am greatly concerned about the precedence that this sets, is that if they can say to us now, we want 253, and then what do they ask for next time? And then, what happens after that, and the next time, and the next time. So I'll be attending the meetings and hope I can contribute something that would be helpful. And just say thank you again. I do think that that's why we came to BV, and I would love to put a little ADU in my house. But I am in the Highlands, so I don't know, but I have a huge driveway. So anyway, we'll see. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
See ya.
Yeah.
Okay. So Wally Finch, are you there? Okay. Why don't we remove him, Dylan? Or her. Karen, who is that? I see your hand up.
Hi, I was thinking that we need to separate our conversation between ADUs and junior ADUs or JADUs. We've talked a lot about ADUs, and I think almost everybody in town thinks of them as a separate building, a full-scale construction project. And if we thought more about JADUs, they have a lot of advantages. It'd be a lot more inexpensive to carve out a room and create a junior ADU with a door and a stove. So it's the more, and it's a lot cheaper. It's also better for the environment because we're not, doing much with the land, and there's probably a parking spot because that was probably a bedroom for somebody in the house. So, and it'd be cheaper. So I would like the town to kind of really separate those two out and make clear what would be required for a junior ADU. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify, somebody used the term ADU committee, and we're not having a committee for ADUs. It's really just a community discussion to provide input to the town staff about our ADU process and whatnot. Okay, Lynn Poland, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to, I'm one of the few people who probably, I support low and very low income housing locally, but I think the amount that they're asking for as far as global housing is way too high. And what I've done is just a little bit of research. And if you look only on Craigslist, there are over 6,000 empty units on the peninsula. And I recently wrote to Mark Berman, Anna Eshu, Josh Becker, and Gavin Newsom to ask why we are being forced to build housing when there is such an excess. I have friends who their rent is going up because their apartment buildings are empty, and they're trying to, recoup some of the losses. So I know we do have to build housing, and I understand that. And I think low and very low income housing could be managed through ADUs, but I think we should also remind Sacramento to look at what they're doing, because if we're going to subsidize housing anyway, why can't we use the places that are sitting empty? It makes no sense to me. So just something to think about. And a copy of my letter is on a form somewhere. So
Thank you. Okay, last hand up is Susan Martin.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Susan.
Hi. I sent a letter yesterday. I hope all of you got it. I just wanted to say once again, because I think it's so important, how important it is that Portola Valley remain rural, and that everything be done possible to keep it that way. My father was one of the founding fathers back in the 60s who helped make it a town. And the reason he did that, and it took several tries, and there were quite a few people working really hard at it. but so that the town had control over development and that it would not become urbanized, that things would be done deliberately and carefully, and that it would remain the kind of place that it was when they moved in. And I now live in Ladera. I don't live in Portola Valley proper anymore. But one of my main concerns, of course, is also the evacuation routes. As I said in my letter, there are only 2 routes of any size going in or out of Portola Valley. And it's really difficult right now sometimes to get a car out of Ladera and onto Alpine Road. And I really fear that with fires being more and more of a problem, and also not to forget that we're really close to the fault line, that people be able to get out and that emergency vehicles to serve the town be able to get in, that we may need the help from other communities.
Susan, I want to thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Greg, you're up. Greg, are you there?
Yep, I'm off mute.
Yes, I can hear you. What's your last name, Greg?
Greg Franklin. I'd just like to get clarification and certainty on the size of the housing element fund. Jocelyn, you corrected me last time during the meeting when I used the number 4.6 million. Cara Silva has recently written, and there's correspondence in the packet today quoting 3.6 million. I just want to point out that my source was the town council meeting minutes of January 12th, which in the context of the item on the Willow Commons request for $3.5 million grant from this fund, Town Attorney Silva reported the number was 4.6. So can we please, this is really important in terms of being able to fund some of and incentivize some of this affordable housing construction. So could we please, through you to the town council members, could you please once and for all confirm the size of that fund, please? Thank you.
Thank you. I just love to ask Cara to, again, confirm for sure what the number is. And can you clarify, please?
Yes, I don't have the exact number as of today. It's approximately $4.6 million. It is put in an interest-bearing account, and so it is accruing interest on a daily basis. Also, as new projects come online, some of those projects will pay into that fund. So it is an expanding fund. It has not been used to date, and so there have been no deductions from that fund. It's only going to increase until the council authorizes expenditures from that fund.
All right, so 4.6 million is in this fund. Thank you. Maria, go ahead.
I just had a question, given the amount of time, energy, and emotion that has gone into this process. I wonder if there is any sort of a statewide communication with other towns that are obviously doing what we're doing. And it seems logical that we would either share information or do a survey to give back to the government. So that's my question. And I don't know if that's been pursued or not.
Okay. I'm not completely clear on that, Laura. Did you want to, anything you want to say? I mean, you're in touch with other towns going through this process that are similar to Portola Valley. I know that.
Yeah, we're in a collaboration with all of the cities and the county in San Mateo County. So we're collaborating on all aspects of our housing element across the county. And then we have a smaller work group of the 4 small towns in the county, and we get together regularly to talk about our housing element and compare how people are doing and share resources. So through the chair, going back to the meetings that are later this week for the ADU and what we're calling the opt-in meeting. The easiest place to find it, thank you for the 5 or so people that just emailed me, is at portolavalley.net on the homepage. So what it's called, maybe it wasn't intuitive. It says request for feedback. So we're looking for feedback related to ADUs and the opt-in approach. You know, we do our best to anticipate where people may be interested in participating in this whole process. And so our approach on this was really to target people who were specifically interested in either building an ADU or had built an ADU in the past. And then people who might be interested in upzoning their property. But if the larger community wants to come, that's fantastic. We'll just have a lot more people in there. So hopefully we can have a productive conversation with everyone that wants to participate. So we can try to make it easier to get the links online, but it's just, we just didn't anticipate that people would be so interested in coming. So we'll do the best we can.
Sounds super, Laura. Thank you. Okay, I guess I'm going to turn it over to you now, right? For committee discussion.
Yeah, we have our first agenda item is related to fair housing. So please give me just a minute to share my screen and get that set up. I had computer problems right before the meeting, so I'm sorry if this takes me a second. Usually I've got it already.
I just want to mention we've got now 179 people participating from, sorry, 160 from townspeople participating.
Okay, I'm really sorry. It's not. I'm gonna have to ask one of my team members. Carla, if you could pull it up.
Hold on 1 second here.
Sorry, everyone. I do this all the time. I don't know why today is not the day for that. Okay, great. So the first agenda item is related to fair housing. And this is a requirement that it's been in different parts of the law, and they've really strengthened it in housing element law for this housing element cycle that we're working on now. And we have to affirmatively further fair housing. That's the language that people use. And those of us that are doing this day in and day out call it AFFH, if you hear people talking about that. For anyone that doesn't know me, I'm Laura Russell. I'm the Planning and Building Director. You may know that Adrienne Smith, our senior planner, has been a key staff member on this effort. She's out on maternity leave now. So everyone please send her your best thoughts for her and her family, and congratulations. I'm joined this afternoon and throughout the process for Adrienne's leave by Carla Violet, who's from Urban Planning Partners. She's been in the background all this time and she's coming more to the forefront while Adrienne's out. And then we also have Dylan Parker, full-time assistant planner with the town. So related to affirmatively furthering fair housing, we're going to talk about information that came out of the analysis that was done by our consultant team. So I mentioned our collaboration across the county, and they went out and found the premier, I would call them, consulting company in the country that does fair housing analysis. So they do it on a national basis, and then they also have a specialty in California law. So that's where a lot of this analysis has come from, and they've brought to us some best practices. Then we're going to talk about fair housing policies, and then we're going to turn it over to you for discussion. Next slide, please. So this information builds strongly off of the information in the staff memo. So if you're following along in the staff report, that's a good resource for you as well. So now we are required by state law to actively work and take meaningful actions And we're charged with the lofty goal of dismantling the legacy of segregation and creating equal housing opportunities. So it now has to be an active thing that every city and town is doing. It can't just be passive in terms of not adopting laws that are discriminatory, but we are supposed to adopt code and policy and regulation that starts to dismantle that legacy. So within the housing element, there's going to be a totally separate section that's devoted to fair housing. And we're developing that with the consultant that I just mentioned to you that are experts on this, and they've done analysis. And then we've also done some research to feed into the local aspects of that. But we also have to make sure that these fair housing ideas are woven in to the goals and policies and programs. So you'll recall that last meeting, the committee considered some general policies and programs. And these we think align well with those, but we wanted to pay special attention to the fair housing policies and programs this afternoon. So we have the identification of the goals and the actions. And then the goal of this is to have more housing opportunities in the areas that are called high resource communities. And that is kind of what it sounds like. Places that have good schools, good access, higher quality of life indicators, and lower concentrations of poverty. And so the idea is to spread out that housing throughout those communities. Slide, please. So they identified housing issues, and some of these might hit you as very obvious, and some of them maybe you haven't thought about in the context of this community. And so the first one is that we don't have situations where residents file fair housing complaints. So this is an issue in larger communities where there's a lot of rental housing especially, and then people are discriminated against as tenants of that rental housing. So here, since we don't have a lot of rental housing, we wouldn't expect to have complaints. But at the same time, there might be people that are not aware of their rights. So this is important as the town considers adding multifamily housing to start to make this one of the programs and one of the goals for us to consider. So we want to make sure that people have access to information about housing rights, the tenants as well as the landlords. Next. Issue number 2 is related to limited ethnic and racial diversity. So you'll recall this when we looked at the demographics very early in this process. So 18% of residents are non-white Hispanic, and that compares to San Mateo County, which is 61%, and the Bay Area overall. And there's also very little economic diversity, as many of you are aware, in the community, and we're comparing that to the county as well. So as we know that there is a lack of affordable housing opportunities throughout the town, and there are no places that are zoned specifically to allow for moderate or higher density residential development. Next slide. Issue number 3 is related to mortgage loan denials. So Hispanic and Asian households are facing higher rates of loan denials when trying to purchase homes. And these contributing factors you may be aware of, it's very much come to the forefront of a lot of discussions, especially in the last year and a half. So we know that it's well documented that people of color, particularly African-American residents, Black residents, were denied loans to purchase homes. So people refer to that as redlining. They were not allowed to buy in many neighborhoods because of restrictive covenants. Portola Valley still has a number of restrictive covenants on the deeds of properties in town. So even though that's not legal anymore, a lot of people can still look at their deed and see the restrictive covenant. Many residents were also harassed if they purchased homes in predominantly white neighborhoods. So we're dealing with the legacy of these policies. And so there's been a significant homeownership gap among racial and ethnic minorities compared to white residents. Next. So the policies, these are word for word, but they're also in the staff report if you're following along on paper. So I won't read them to you. I'll give you some highlights. So the first one is to increase workforce rental housing. So this aligns with other policies and programs that you've considered. The idea is to rezone properties in town to allow multifamily housing and allow a range of affordability levels, and then also have deed restrictions on as many of those units as we possibly can to ensure affordability over time. As the committee has discussed, this day and age, a common affordability timeline is 55 years. And in some places, it can even be longer, depending on the type of the housing and what's negotiated. We would go a step further than what we've done in the past and consider affirmatively marketing that housing to households with disproportionate housing needs. So that may specifically include Black and Hispanic households. Number 2 is to participate in a regional housing trust fund or other regional collaboration. There are some existing, there's a trust fund that's called HEART in San Mateo County, and there's growing opportunities to participate with our other regional partners. And the idea here is that a range of jurisdictions go in together and support different types of communities based on their levels of poverty or cost burden, which means that you're high percentage of your income on rent or on housing, and also to counteract segregation. So that money could pay for actual housing production, construction of new units, amenities for those communities, first and last month security deposits, down payment assistance, those kinds of programs. And then again here, the idea is that we would go in together to affirmatively market to households that have disproportionate housing needs. Next, number 3 is to promote affordable ADUs and JADUs. So thank you for the comment in the public comments and the oral communications. We definitely need to start thinking about ADUs and JADUs separately when it's useful to do that. So our idea here is a new one based on the feedback that staff heard from numerous community-wide and collaborative meetings we were in. We heard that there's a lot of renters that are good renters that end up getting displaced out of their units in San Mateo County only because the owner wants to fix up the unit at a higher rate. And so good renters get displaced and families get displaced. So our idea is to look at a program where we would find the service providers that help those residents that get displaced, and then try to connect them with people who own property in Portola Valley that either have an ADU or a JADU, so that they could be rented to those people who've been displaced. And it would require a nonprofit partner, such as HIP Housing, which is an existing partner, if we wanted to do something like this. So that's the first idea. The second idea that we wanted to share with you is to develop an assistance program specifically for JADUs so that people could more easily make alterations to their existing homes so that it would be more cost effective to add an additional unit within the existing building. So you'd have less impact on the community and on rural character. And we're thinking that could be at more affordable rates. So this could be things like a streamlined process for JADUs, or maybe having sample plans that people can adapt to add kitchens or do kitchen remodels or bathroom remodels, put up a demising wall, those kinds of programs. So that's the idea here with number 3. Next slide. Number 4 is a rental assistance program. So this is an idea that staff had to potentially engage with the Race and Equity Committee, which is a newer committee with the town, to see if it'd be possible to convene a discussion with Black, Indigenous, people of color, those populations who have been experiencing higher rates of cost burden that spend a lot of their money on rent, to talk about solutions, talk about rental assistance programs, really to work outward facing to the community. So this is something new for the town to consider. We have not talked to the Race and Equity Committee about this yet, but we do have a representative of the committee here on this ad hoc committee. So we'd be interested in feedback when we get to discussion on that. Number 5 is just to promote fair housing information. So to put more on the website so that people have more resources about fair housing in case they've experienced discrimination and if they need to file any fair housing complaints. And number 6 is related in terms of fair housing training. Again, if the Race and Equity Committee was interested, perhaps partner with Project Sentinel, which is a well-known service provider in the area, or another housing organization to prepare fair housing training for property owners, real estate agents, as well as tenants. So everyone that's engaged in that industry could be reminded what their obligations and responsibilities are when it comes to fair housing. And then if there's a need for enforcement, to focus that on any race-based discrimination or reasonable accommodation. And reasonable accommodation is when people have some type of disability or limitation such that they need to do something special with their housing. So the classic example is you need a wheelchair ramp, but your landlord won't put that in or let you put that in. And what do you do when that comes up, and how do you get your needs met? So those are the policies that we had for you to discuss. And I think that's my last slide, Carla. Okay, so we'd like to know if you have comments on those proposed policies. And then we want to get Andrew Pierce's feedback on participation with the Race and Equity Committee, and then hear what you have to say as we make revisions to these policies towards a full draft housing element. So that concludes staff presentation. For any members of the public that are new to these committees, we always follow the same order of operations. There's a staff presentation, and then the committee members ask staff and consultants any clarifying questions. And then we go to public comment, and then we go back to committee discussion. So that's the order that we have. So with that, we'll stop sharing and turn it over to the committee for questions. Jocelyn, you're muted.
This is so maddening. I'm so sorry. All right, Andrew, please, you're up.
Okay, well, I have plenty of comments, but I'll just ask a couple of questions. Question number 1, who would get a fair housing complaint about Portola Valley? We don't have any local jurisdiction in the city that, I mean, agency or body that does that. I assume it would go to the county. And I'm wondering if anyone looked in the right places to see if there are these complaints, because I would think they would go to Department of Fair Employment and Housing. I didn't see them listed here. The second is demographic trends. What trends are we seeing in terms of greater diversity in town? My impression is there are more Asian and slightly more Hispanic people, and the number of Black people is about the same. I live with about 10% of the Black people in town in my house here, but I'm just curious if anyone looked at those trends.
On the first question, other cities do have fair housing complaints that have come to the city, and I am not personally aware of how that has worked. I don't know if Cara has experience with that she could share. But there are other cities that receive complaints. So this is part of the process, is to bring understanding to this and to be able to answer these questions and make that.
As a lawyer, the last place I would complain would be the city, because the city has no power to tell a private landlord what to do anyway. So I just think the complaints would go to the State Department of Fair Employment and Housing, and not to the city, but that's just my take. Okay, thanks.
And then in terms of your second question on the demographics, the limited demographic package that we presented to this committee early in the process does include some of the trends. And yes, our consultant team did look at those demographic trends in preparing the materials for us.
Okay. Next up, Sarah Wernikoff.
Yeah, my question is really about with these policies. How is this evaluated? I'm assuming by HCD or whoever's certifying, the group who's certifying our housing element. How are these it looks like about 6 different approaches here evaluated. Like what for instance, with the RENA, it's very objective, right? There's a certain number of units we need to zone for. With this, what is their approach to evaluating it? And then the other question related to that, it seems that 2 of the 6 are about funding versus funding perhaps solutions outside of our community. And is that true? And how is that kind of measured or thought about or done, frankly?
In terms of the HCD approach, for anyone that's new, that's Housing and Community Development. That's the state agency that has to certify our housing element. This is, since it's a new area, they put out a guidance document to help cities and towns comply with the fair housing requirements. We also are in the position that some regions of California are on different schedules and they've already submitted to HCD. And so we have the benefit of the comments that they've given. So what we're doing is we're working, you'll see later when you see the full housing element, there's a matrix that HCD is kind of recommending that we're using that shows the connection between the fair housing issues that were raised in the community and how those solutions address those issues, and then how your site inventory also reflects fair housing principles. So we're working off of that guidance document, and then we're also working off of the feedback that they've given to other communities. So Carla, do you have anything to add to that?
Sorry, it wouldn't let me unmute. No, I think you summarized it well. We are definitely looking to other housing elements, like you said, for guidance on different metrics to use, because these definitely need to be quantifiable. So we need to show what will be happening during certain milestones. Like, let's say every year we're preparing this report, or we're meeting with X number of people. So it's very much like needs to be action oriented.
And then in terms of some of them being funding related, yes, several of them are funding related. So for us, if we were going to participate in a regional organization, obviously our financial contribution may be small compared to larger jurisdictions, but we still think it's meaningful in terms of showing collaboration and supporting efforts that serve a large number of people. And then in terms of how do we do it, a lot of this is evolving and will be coming out of the housing element process when we see other communities that are interested in doing the same things. We'll be working through existing partners and maybe new partners to try to provide some of these services together.
Just a quick follow-up on that. Theoretically, would that come out of the in lieu fund?
Theoretically, yes.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Sarah. Janie Ward, go ahead.
Hi, I'm just trying to post on the PV forum for everyone that's asking questions about these Tuesday, Thursday meetings. Would they use the same Zoom link that we're currently using?
No.
Okay, so
It's
we
a different Zoom link.
Okay, so we will publish that as soon as I get those so that people will have it for Tuesday, Thursday. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Janie. Amy, go ahead.
Thanks. I really kind of have a clarifying question, I guess, about JADUs. I'm curious, they're not as obvious because they're inside someone's home. How does the town, or does the town, maintain awareness of what the stock of JADUs is? I've been asked by a number of people who I won't disclose because I don't know if they've, I don't know what the status of this is, but they seem to have JADUs, but they may not, the town may not be aware of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. And a lot of people have also asked me, how is it different than just renting a room in your house? As the state law has evolved over the last few years, it's become more concrete and it's more, I would describe it now, it's different than just renting a room in your house, but it has similarities to that. In order to count and to qualify as a small unit, we are looking for people to have a small cooking facility, but it can be really small. It can be one of those small, like European or apartment built-in stoves with 2 burners. You don't have to have a full range and things like that, but you do need to have a permanent facility for that. It can be very small, like the size of a bedroom. It can be up to, I believe, 500 square feet in our code. Dylan, please correct me if I'm wrong there. And it provides quite a bit of flexibility. And so that's why we're trying to bring them to the forefront. If people are interested in doing it, the way that we keep track is there's usually going to be at least some small building permit associated with putting it in. So maybe putting in the permanent cooking facility or a demising wall or something. And then we'll have to come up with a way to keep track of junior ADUs if it doesn't require any physical changes. So we don't have that yet. We've only had a couple of applications for JADUs ever because the focus has really been on full ADUs.
Okay, but that suggests to me, just anecdotally, based on what I've heard, that there may be legitimate JADUs out there that, for whatever reason, are not known to the town. So has there been any thought about trying to figure out a way to identify those and bring them into the housing stock for the town? Because it's just not clear to me that many years ago, if someone or a prior owner of a property, say, that's now been purchased by a new owner, made all of the renovations that are necessary to create a JADU, but never really did it with the intention of creating a JADU. You know, how does that work? I mean, can we claim the benefit now of that JADU as new housing stock?
That's a great question. Thank you. In general, most cities and towns have had a rule that you can't have 2 complete kitchens because they were in the past actually trying to stop people from doing what we're trying to get people to do today. So most cities have that rule that you can't have 2 kitchens. So there's plenty of places we know that have unpermitted second kitchens or ADUs or JADUs. It's in every community. And some places they refer to them as amnesty programs to legalize those ADUs or JADUs. I've gotten conflicting feedback about whether amnesty programs count for ARENA or not, because the definition of a net new housing unit, whether it actually counts as a net new housing unit. So that's one of the things that's on our list to investigate as to whether an amnesty program would give us new units to count towards ARENA or not. So we are looking into it.
Right, thank you. Because, you know, I understand the dilemma or the sort of nuanced concept of an amnesty program, but in fact, if there are units out there that have not been recognized by the town previously, it's not like we're double counting it. It's being counted for the first time. So it is a net increase in that sense, in that it could become part of a program, for example, like something that Heart might be involved in, trying to encourage, or any other nonprofit partner, trying to encourage folks to use JADUs for the purpose of affordable housing, and specifically, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, okay, yeah, thank you so much for the information.
Thanks, Amy. Helen, go ahead.
Hi, thanks. Just a couple of questions, clarifying questions. The 6 proposed policies, just for clarification, you're asking this committee do you want us to rank them or add more if we want more, or, or like, what can I get clarity on what staff would like us to do with these 6 policies? Because I feel like implementing 6 policies would be a lot, so. Or is
Well,
that-
it's
To clarify,
yeah, providing feedback on if these are the right types of policies. I think it does kind of sound like a lot to me, in addition to our other policies and programs. So if there's ones that you think are very important, flag those for us. If there's other fair housing programs or policies that you think we should be doing that are not captured, then we would very much like to hear that. So it doesn't have to be a, mathematical ranking, but if you have feedback, like these are important, this is less important, then that would be really useful.
Thanks. Okay, thanks for clarifying that. I don't see any deed restriction policy discussed in this, to keep something more affordable. So is that because it's an affordability issue? So it would hit the income target levels versus the furthering fair housing?
Deed restrictions are just lightly mentioned in one of the policies, but we will have other policies in other places of the housing element that will talk about deed restrictions. So anytime the state law, like state density bonus is used, there'll automatically be a deed restriction that goes with that. We anticipate including an inclusionary housing requirement that we've talked about. So a deed restriction would be required for that. And then we've talked about if there's any way to get deed restrictions of maybe a shorter term onto ADUs as well. So that's another thing that we're thinking about and talking about. So I think it'll show up in multiple places.
Okay, right, because I think Santa Clara, for instance, has county offers ADU deed restriction, and then you can get some state money for 8 years. So, okay, that is my last question. Thank you.
thanks, Helen. Bill, go ahead.
Hi. So I just have 2 quick points. Number one, I agree with the idea that we ought to consider seriously an amnesty program. One of the unfortunate realities of the town is that our processes are such that if you've lived here long enough, on one level or another, the town makes scofflaws of us all because the processes are sufficiently painful that people can make their own decisions as to when or whether to get permits. So to the extent we can bring people out of the darkness and into the open, that would probably be a good thing for all of us. It's also a good thing to keep in mind as we think about our processes going forward, because nobody particularly likes to not be getting permits when they're supposed to, except when they conclude that those requirements are silly and burdensome. That's number one. Number two, I'm all in favor of having multiple policies on this front, but I think my own bias is that at this point in history, our problem on this score is largely an economic one. It's money that is keeping people out. This is a wealthy, aged white community, and our demographics suggest that it's only getting wealthier. It's not getting really any less white, and it's certainly getting older. So I think to the extent we have money available that we can use for programs that will actually make a dollars and cents difference to people, I would put more weight behind those than about a lot of information-oriented programs, because I think fundamentally our problem is not an information gap, it's an economic gap. That's what I got. Thanks.
Thank you, Bill. Bob, go ahead.
Thanks. I had a couple questions. One for the fair housing issue number 3, Hispanic Asian households are denied mortgage loans disproportionately. If true, that's of course unacceptable. But I wonder, it's not obvious to me how the town's policies and approaches influence that. Isn't that an issue with the mortgage lender? And what can the town do to to improve that, other than as you're suggesting, trying to compensate for the historical issues?
I think your point is a really important one. And the way I understand the discussion is that it's important to at least bring it to light. So there's value in having it in adopted plans so that people are reminded of that past history. So I think that there's value in just having it in the document and to know that people have thought about it and included it. In terms of rectifying it, yes, we're very limited in our ability to do that. So that's why some of the program, some of the programs, they're different because the historic patterns are related to mortgage lending and the programs are related more towards rental housing, but there's still opportunity to make the community more diverse through rental housing, if not so much through ownership because of the cost of housing here.
The issue number 3 is written as if this is a current issue that currently Hispanic Asian households are denied mortgages. Is that true, or was it intended to refer to the past?
My understanding is that it is active, that it's today. So this is the consultant generated for us. So I'm not as much of an expert on fair housing materials, but that is my understanding.
Okay. And then my second question is, my intuition is in line with Bill Kelly's that a primary issue is an economic one. And let me quickly find my place here. Sorry. Oh yeah. Fair housing issue number 2, contributing factors. No areas in town that are zoned to allow moderate or high density residential development. And this is something I've been struggling with as we've gone along in these meetings. The goal of 20 units per acre, as I understand it, is motivated by the fact that HCD will recognize that as all being directed towards affordable housing, even though we all know that it won't be. In fact, in one discussion, there seemed to be an acknowledgement that at best we'd maybe get 3 affordable housing units out of it. And so I wonder, when we're talking about allowing moderate or high density residential development in order to address the inequities, will we really be providing affordable housing, or are we going to have, as we've seen, condominium units going for $1.5 million, which doesn't really address the problem? And so that's sort of a concern I have. I was wondering if you had any comments about that.
Well, I certainly think that that's a part of this process. And as the committee has been discussing it, I think we've been trying to think through what are some alternatives that may lead to more actual affordable units and really produce affordable units that have more diversity in those units. So I think we've made progress in that area. When we talk about the sites later this afternoon, I think that we'll see that some progress has been made, but I think that many people continue to wrestle with this exact question.
Will we be able to see, if we get to specific proposals about, moderate and high density, will we be able to see some analysis that shows, really what the economics are and what we can expect in terms of affordability? Will that be coming forward?
It's not currently 100% known right now. So I'm working with the economic consultant to try to get some analysis to us in the timeline that we need to keep going. So the level of detail, I'm not sure yet of the level of detail we're going to have for the economic analysis. But we are hoping to get some analysis related to whether the 6 unit per acre concept that the committee has considered results in projects, including one of those units being affordable. So 1 out of 6 being affordable. And then we're also hoping that they're going to analyze a 20 unit per acre model where 15% of those would be affordable. So we're hoping to have that for you for the May 2nd meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I guess Janie, Bill, your hands are up on the screen, but I'm assuming that those are remaining from before. Okay, cool. All right, so Laura, we're gonna go to our community members and just ask for comments. Is that right?
Actually,
yeah, I think.
Nicholas, yeah.
Sure.
Oh, jump in.
Thank you. I think Andrew's point was really well taken. And I think Bill was alluding to it as well. That is some of the recommendations and analysis that were prepared by the consultant are are interesting, but may perhaps be more general in nature and less pinpointed towards our town. The recommendation that we have amnesty not only allows the units to be taken out of the dark, potentially counted, and we do need to figure out what the story is, how they are counted, but also would value to the tenants and provide some security and opportunity for recourse as well to have let me see if I can get this. We might do well to have the equity group make recommendations on this and to try and narrow it down to those that might be most useful.
Thanks, Nicholas. You're kind of breaking up a little bit, but I think we got most of your comments, so thanks. Okay, so Laura, now we're going to community. Okay, for comments. Okay, we've got now 156 people from our town participating. We have hand up from Maria. So comments on content that we just discussed is what we're want to hear from now.
I think this was related to my earlier comment, and you didn't understand my question. My question was, has there been any outreach throughout the state, not throughout the Bay Area, but throughout the state to other towns that are going through this process? It's been definitely something that's taking a lot of time, a lot of energy, and a lot of emotions. And I wondered if there had been contact throughout the state, not necessarily throughout the Bay Area.
Okay, Laura, do you care to, have we had contact with other towns around the state outside of San Mateo County?
Staff has not directly, but our consultants have in multiple regions. Urban Planning Partners has, and so has 21 Elements.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Rita Gomez, go ahead.
Thank you. You know, as an African-American that's bought my property in this town in 2009, I also do in a lot of different groups, anti-bias and training, and just to be aware of things and how when you're looking at a document, what lens you're looking at that document through. And when I read this document, this part of the document that was just presented, I was so insulted and embarrassed as a member of this community that this is out there, that we've paid people. Now I find that we paid consultants for it. And please, you know, if an African-American that either was looking for low-income housing, and please try and keep those words out of the same sentence when discussing diversity, or somebody that's affluent that wants to move into this community, if they were to read this document, I don't think that they would come and look at housing in Portola Valley. This document needs to be rewritten and reposted, and I hope my comment as a person in this community is added to it before, and then a new version of this particular document is put up there. I'm not sure who you can get to look through this document. And just because a person is of color doesn't mean that they're the best person to review this document, but someone that is trained, if they just read through it. And I appreciate some of the comments that people have made in your committee about this particular document. The wording about the bank, you know, not loaning to certain people with no reference to that or no year is just, it's an incomplete document, and this town is better than that. Thank you.
Thanks for your input, Rita. That's important. Okay, so on to Dana Breen, please.
Unmute. Hi, can you hear me? Yes?
Yes.
You know, I feel a little frustrated because for years I have suggested an amnesty program for housing units. And I also I'm frustrated because I don't know why we don't know the answer to this. And we should have known the answer to this before we even got into this thing. So, I mean, I would love the answer to that in the next week. If we can, if there is an amnesty that works out, I can find you hundreds of units in this town. And I mean, there are small ADUs all over the place. And I think we should have been open to that since day one. So I hope to get that. I'd like to hear that answer as soon as possible, especially with all these consultants. Thanks.
Okay, next, Richard Krevelt, go ahead.
There we go. Is that better? Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. So the conversation today has primarily been about ADU and JADUs. We really haven't talked about, fair market, location for fair market housing, which is still a very significant piece of the puzzle. But I want to go back and address our concerns from a business perspective on the rezoning, because when you start talking about the higher density areas, it only seems logical that the focus is going to be in our commercial space, right now. And I just wanted to emphasize our concerns again, that there's very limited small business in town as it is. So by pushing out small businesses, you're creating a new problem to the town and displacing another problem. If rezoning for commercial properties into a multi-use scenario is the solution, it has to be considered for concepts that include rental limits and caps, displacement provisions for financial assistance for terms of displacement, financial compensation for loss of business for these individuals. It's very concerning that for years and years, small businesses in Portola Valley had to justify that 68% of their business has to come from the town of Portola Valley. That makes them very viable and significant businesses to the community. And now by potentially reallocating that space, which eventually would lead to tearing down of buildings, and granted, some mixed use may go back in there over time, but it would also include higher rents, higher taxes, higher expenses, and would probably push out most small businesses. So again, to me, I think the ADUs and the JADUs are, it seems like a very workable solution. As Dana Breen just pointed out, I think there's a lot of opportunity out there. I don't want to rely on rezoning of commercial space without certain provisions to protect the local business owners. And there's still the bigger element of fair market housing. Where are we going to put fair market housing, which is still a very significant piece of the puzzle. So those are just my comments. Thank you very much.
Jocelyn, you're muted.
Sorry. In past meetings, I know our committees expressed, gratitude for having the small businesses in our community, the importance of having the small businesses in our community, and the need to keep that going. So I just want to leave it at that, I guess, for now. Okay, Judith Murphy, you're up next. Go ahead.
Thanks to all of you for doing these endless meetings. I just want to say that while we may not be able to count existing JADUs if they've already been built, just because of the way these things are getting accounted, many of us have units that are almost JADUs that when we built, we got permit, in my case, and I know other people have done this, we built with a permit, a guest room, studio kind of thing. And we couldn't have a full kitchen, so we didn't put in a full kitchen. But if now it were easy to add a full kitchen just along one wall, it would cost us very little. We would have a new permit that hopefully would be easy and cheap. It would actually be new. It would be a new JADU and it should count in the RENA numbers. So I think you should go looking for people like me who have those, because a lot of us have done those in the last 10 years. So they're actually up to code. I think the issues with amnesty are sometimes the people wanting amnesty have places that are so far from current codes that it becomes difficult. You can give them the amnesty for the existence, but traditionally they've had to bring it up to code, and that's what keeps people from doing it. And their safety and health reasons, obviously, for doing that, but expediting and simplifying that somehow would be the other piece, I would think. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Judy. Okay, Bruce Roberts, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you. Like with the first speaker, I have to take umbrage at almost the entire report. It makes people of color look as though they don't have any redeeming qualities whatsoever and no place in Portola Valley. It's disgusting. In 2 houses from me in 3 directions, I have people of color living with me who have been here, some of them, one 5 years, one 7 years, one 2 years. We are a welcoming community. We are not racist. I think it's disgusting, that report. Redlining has been outlawed for over 20 years. Race-based restrictions have been outlawed for over 60 years. There's hardly anybody in this room who was even an adult when those were the laws. If you're going to impugn the people of Portola Valley, you need facts. I think it's a very disgusting trope, and I hope that it gets completely thrown out, simplified, and made more honorable and appropriate for the people in this town. Thank you.
Thank you. Judy Mendelson, go ahead. Hi, Judy.
Okay, now I should be unmuted. Hello. We've heard a couple of references to dense housing not necessarily being affordable. And I would like to encourage us to use all means at our disposal to ensure that any dense housing we create is at least 50% affordable at a minimum. And I think that we should be able to do that with restrictions one way or another. I do not want to see 20 units built per acre with 1 or 2 affordable housing units. I want half, at least. So that would be my say. Thank you.
Thanks, Judy. All right, Ron Eastman, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for taking my comment. This discussion about junior ADUs, to me, it just seems so hypothetical if we don't have an idea of how many units there are. And so my recommendation is that we do a survey monkey, an anonymous survey. Don't do it by posting it on PV Forum. Don't do it by posting on the town's website, because most people don't regularly check the town's website. You need to send out a direct mailing to everybody, every household in town with a link. And not only that, we need to know how many people would be willing to build ADUs if it wasn't such an onerous process to go through. So that is my suggestion. And also one other thing, I personally don't want any high density housing in town. I want to see it low density spread out all over. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Bruce Roberts, have you gone yet? Bruce?
He already went.
All right, great. So let's, so we'll come back to the committee now. And this is a time for us to discuss these policies that Laura has presented. Why don't we just kind of go around and share thoughts about and what we see as priorities and I think what we favor, don't favor, and what's been presented. So who wants to go? I see, Andrew, you got your hand up.
Sure.
You kick it off.
Okay, I am the member of the diversity committee who's assigned to this committee. We have other members of our race and equity committee that are working on this issue. Looking at the 6 policies that were suggested here, increased workforce rental housing is something we've been talking about anyway in terms of the affiliated housing program. So I think that's something that we can do, and I think it will be effective in increasing diversity. If you look at who's driving into our town every day in pickup trucks and station wagons to do all the work that needs to be done, that our older white residents don't always want to do for themselves, a lot of them are minorities, and of course the employees of the institutions that are in town, many of them are minorities. And so that's an important thing. The trust fund, it struck me, we've got 4.6 million or whatever it is that we haven't figured out how to spend for 10 years, most of it for 10 years. If we threw that money into a regional trust fund, it's going to build something somewhere else. And I'm sure there's some people would be happy about that, but I don't think that's the concept that we have in mind for increasing diversity in town. I would rather see that money kept locally, spent locally, perhaps on rental assistance or something like that. In terms of promoting affordable ADUs and JDUs, we have a lack of information about who is going to be renting or who is currently renting the ADUs that we already have. And it would be great to get that information. I would think, as a matter of logic, that private owners renting out space that's either behind their house or in their house or next to their house are going to be different than commercial landlords or commercial developers who are actually governed by fair housing laws. I don't think most people think about fair housing laws when they're thinking about who goes in their ADU, although they have to. So I'm a little bit concerned that ADUs might not be as diverse as they could be. And I also think there are ways for the city to encourage that. And I suggested at an earlier meeting that we have an opt-in program for ADU and junior ADU owners, and perhaps they could get some subsidy as well to commit to renting to lower income people. And again, there's a lot of housing laws that come into play here. I don't want to try to say what all the parameters of this would be, but that would seem to be, ought to be part of item 3. And it's also, I think, fits into item 4. I also think realistically, if you want to encourage diversity, you have to encourage rental housing. If people of minority communities can afford to buy here, they will buy here. I don't think there's significant housing discrimination at the buying level at the present time. The problem is economic. And I've consulted quite a few people about this, and we all know it's true. So I do think that deed restricted condos or ownership units are traps. And I'll explain that. A big problem in the minority community is the denial of generational wealth from the inability to purchase homes in the past and develop wealth in the way that a lot of people in this town have developed wealth. If you tell somebody, I'll let you buy a unit, I'll let you put all of your income into it, and I'm going to limit you to a 2% or 1% equity increase per year, while your neighbor is getting a 5 or 10% equity increase, all you're doing is perpetuating inequality. You're not fixing it. That person might as well be renting because they can't get the value of the increase in their property, and they have no incentive to improve it. So I think and realistically, I don't think we're going to have $2 million condos for them that are going to add diversity. So I think we need to focus on rental housing and not try to pretend we can provide ownership units to create increased diversity and fairness. I also encourage working with Project Sentinel. I think they're great. But again, I agree with some other people. Information is not the issue so much as it is economics. And I'll leave it at that.
All right, thanks, Andrew. Who wants to add on to Andrew's comments? Go ahead.
Hi.
Janie.
Being someone who lives in, the priory housing I have for the last 20 years, the thing that I grapple with the most is, we may have paid $350,000 in rent over the past 20 years or whatnot. I mean, just throwing it out there, but, we have no equity. And to kind of what Bill's saying, we have invested in this town, we have invested in this community, but it hasn't really invested in us in that way. So I do think it's important to have some purchase options in town for people that aren't, able to buy a $1.2 million home, but would potentially want to invest in a townhome or some kind of development, without the deed restrictions, obviously, like market rate. But I think to Judy Mendelson's point, the whole point of these numbers is to build affordable housing. So we can't just add 1 or 2 units in a development, right? So, I mean, these are the things I'm grappling with. And I think, it also speaks to families who are downsizing, maybe single parents. Like, this is the part of the community, families, students returning home who can't. I mean, these are all things we are grappling with. And I think, multifamily housing has to be on the table. It just has to. That's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Janie. Bill, go ahead.
Sure. Well, I just would want to second pretty much everything Andrew said. I think he and I at least are seeing this problem exactly the same way. I would add one other point, which is I had probably not been as sensitive in reading these policies to the comments that have been made about there being choosing the wrong tone and delivering the wrong message and denying agency to people of color in our community. I think, like a lot of people, I've probably gotten used to reading a lot of diversity, equity, inclusion policy statements over the years. They do tend to have a patronizing, artificially narrowing lens that doesn't capture the complexity of life and the variety of human experience. And given the comments we've gotten tonight, I don't know that you have to throw the whole thing out, but I think someone with some sensitivity to those issues ought to be going through it and saying, let's assume we're talking about real people here, not just categories. That's it. Thanks.
All right, good point, Bill. Thank you for sharing that. Helen, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Also, I forgot to say at the beginning of the meeting, I am representing myself fully and not my employer. So I just always need to do that. Thank you to Andrew and to Bill for, echoing the workforce housing. I definitely, San Mateo County has definitely built workforce housing. I think that would help with our furthering our fair housing. I am curious, I'm not that familiar with community land trust. And obviously I agree with Andrew that I don't want the money that we've been saving to spend here to go elsewhere. But could a Portola Valley Community Land Trust potentially be created? And I don't know what that would take, but if we had a community land trust that was just in town to administer the program. And my last comment is the info on ADUs. I am currently a renter, and And, for people who are saying that there's empty housing, I would love you to go look at Zillow right now. I've been looking off and on for a year. There is generally like one house, I just looked just now, there is one ADU for rent in all of Portola Valley under $5,000 a month, and it's 1 bedroom. So for families, that's, just doesn't work. And to make sure that all families have access to the school system and the high resource area that we have here. So I would love more information on what's available in town. I know we have commented on that before. Are there, so thank you. Those are my comments.
Who wants to comment some more on the policies and sort of give some direction?
I had some comments.
Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
So I agree with number one, increased workforce housing. That's that's one of the primary goals of what we're working on over these many months. And so, I think we'll continue to gain traction there. I share the views of other committee members who favor keeping our focus locally. I think I think every one of these programs has merit, but they also have opportunity costs, and time and energy and resources are limited. So I really favor focusing on what Portola Valley can uniquely do in Portola Valley. To my thinking, ADUs, especially junior ADUs, have become increasingly attractive. There's been great suggestions from the community about incentivizing the conversion, perhaps financial assistance from the Affordable Housing Fund. It seems to me that junior ADU is probably the most realistic way to provide affordable housing. There's a lot of other advantages there. That's of all the things we're considering, that's the only approach that doesn't add structural fuels to the landscape, that doesn't significantly diverge from our general plan. So I think it really warrants increased attention. I think in terms of education and providing materials and training, I think there's no downside to that. I don't take the lack of a complaint as evidence that the information has been insufficiently available, but I think it's beneficial to make sure it's readily available and clear. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Bob. So let's see, Sarah, please go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I agree with Bob that, and with a lot of the other committee members have said, that we really, if we can work with what we have, then environmentally that makes sense, economically that makes sense if it's feasible, and if we can find a way to, see if these junior ADUs would be counted towards our RENA number through an amnesty program, then yay, that's fantastic. But that's one avenue we can go down. The other thing that I said last time, and I really would love to see more of that, and I know the town is working with organizations to, again, do the matchmaking so that we can match people who have a space in their home or on their property with, a person who is looking for housing elsewhere. So, partnering up with HIP, as Laura said, that's what the town is looking into. And as always, thanks so much for the way you guys think outside the box and, look under all the possible opportunities that are out there. I think that's, very commendable. And I know that it takes an insane amount of time. One thing that I've said repeatedly since August is if we can find a way for any future development that we might be a part of. And again, we are not in the business of building, we're in the business of finding ways to facilitate it. Anything we approve or any zoning we do should allow for any building to sit quietly in the landscape. I mean, we really must continue with the Portola Valley way of having things sit quietly in the landscape. So, I mean, in my, fantasy world, how fantastic if we could create some kind of village within a village that looks like Portola Valley Ranch, but instead of being single houses, you know, each of those units might be able to fit 4 families in townhouses, so, you know, places that sit quietly in a village-like atmosphere that continue to facilitate this Portola Valley way of being a community. Then I think we would have achieved, you know, a goal, a lofty goal that I set for myself way back in August, that we are clever people in Portola Valley. There's a pretty good brains trust here. So why can't we do something that is groundbreaking? Why can't we create a village within a village and continue to set examples for other communities in the Bay Area and elsewhere? So that's my pipe dream, like a little village within a village at Portola Valley Ranch, but with affordable housing that will bring young families to our town, diverse families, will help, you know, put little bums on seats in our schools and keep our schools and community strong and thriving. And I think that should be the goal of this whole project. It's not, you know, us versus them. It's not, we don't want, you know, low-income housing here. It's called a town that is continually evolving, a town that needs to inject new life and diversity and interesting people like we have now. We need more of that. So if anyone can come up with a way to give me my Portola Valley Ranch mini version, I would be thrilled. And I would feel that the many hours we've spent on this committee would be 100% worth it.
All right, Sarah, thanks. Well said. Sarah Wernikoff. You're muted, I think, Sarah. Sorry.
My comment, I think, is a little bit more of a question still. I think there are a lot of good suggestions around increasing the stock of ADUs and JADUs through the ways that has been discussed tonight and in previous meetings. But I think what I'm still unclear about are what are the vehicles to actually assure that these would be rented to low income outside of a deed restriction.
So are you saying have more of a program around it?
Well, what is the thinking? Like, I guess my question to Laura or perhaps Carla, what policies or suggestions are there outside of deed restricting to assure that, you know, if we do come up with ways to get more inventory with ADUs and JADUs, to assure that they would be rented to low income. To Helen's point, you know, we have many in town right now, and she's not able to find a 1-bedroom under $5,000. So how do we avoid being in a situation where, you know, we have a higher stock of that, but the price point is still too high? So how do we, you know, I know deed restriction is one way to do that, but there's a downside or complexities with that. So what other mechanisms might be available?
The only common mechanisms are deed restrictions and voluntary compliance. And so voluntary compliance example would be the HIP housing example, where you pair people that have housing within their unit with renters that are looking for a place to live. Excuse me. So that's why one of the ideas was to try to identify people that had actually been displaced from their housing, and to try to target those folks, connect them to people who wanted to rent a unit. So that was the attempt to create a program or a structure around this idea of having more diverse residents in our ADUs and JADUs.
Thank you.
So just to follow on that question though, is like, why would the focus be on only families who've been displaced as opposed to marketing to, you know, as many low income families that we can, to let them know about these opportunities in town?
Not to say that we wouldn't do the latter, but the idea came out of staff went to a series of presentations with different types of service providers, housing providers, and affordable housing advocates.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that jumped out to us is because of the way that housing units go up in value so much, larger cities have what they call preservation programs, where they invest in existing affordable housing units to keep them affordable over time. But since we don't have any affordable housing units in that same way, We really only have them at the Priory. There's not affordable housing for the town to invest in to keep them affordable. So staff was thinking about that same group of people that gets displaced from rental units just from the market going up, and trying to find a creative way to address that problem specific for us. So we were trying to take a concept that applies in other cities and apply it here.
Yeah, no, it's creative. I think I like it a lot. It's so, and when you say that towns invest in making housing affordable, are you saying they provide rental assistance? Or what do you mean by that term, invest?
It takes different forms. There's even cases on the peninsula where cities have purchased apartment buildings or transferred them into nonprofit housing developers' ownership, so that the market rate owner of the rental units doesn't keep raising the rent. So there's a couple different models that are happening in Burlingame, South San Francisco. I know those two for sure have been working on this issue.
Okay. So in terms of like using housing funds that we have there, I've heard rental assistance come up locally, not doing it through a broader regional fund, and then perhaps joint, junior ADUs, JADUs, incentives. Are those kind of two viable ideas that could be on the table for discussion?
Yeah, I think the JADU incentive is more actionable to do at a town level. Because just thinking it through, brainstorming, I had a meeting with some residents the other day. We were brainstorming how we might like solve some of the initial problems or answer people's initial questions when they're considering ADUs and JADUs. So I think that one is very actionable. To do rental assistance at the town level, the setup cost, the program cost would probably far surpass the amount of help we could give real people, because we don't have that kind of capacity within the organization.
Mm-hmm.
So it depends on if we were able to develop some other partners or, get assistance from some other place. But I think it would be challenging to do rental assistance just at the town level.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's helpful. Thanks. Okay. Let's see, Bill, Andrew. Anne, do you want to make any comments about these policies and where we're sort of headed here?
No, I don't have much to add. I think the policies seem good. I do wish that if we were going to use some of our housing money, we could find ways to spend it in town. But if staff thinks that, part of the satisfying the state mandates, it would help to spend it other places, then I'll be in favor. But my starting point would be to spend it here.
What do you think about the incentives for JADUs?
No, I'd be in favor of that. I definitely want to think of creative ways to spend that $4 million that we, in theory, can spend on housing. So, yeah, if that could help encourage people to build or finish building, as Judith Murphy said, their JADUs, or to encourage them to rent, I'd be in favor.
Mm-hmm. Is there anybody here that's not in favor of that as a possibility to look at for those housing funds?
I just have a follow-up question about that, and sorry to beat a dead horse here. I'm assuming, Laura, then based on the comments from my last question, if we were to, the proposal here is to provide funds for people to help convert their JADUs. If we were going to do that, would we also have a requirement that they would be renting to lower income? I'm just trying to make sure we're connecting the dots here on ADUs and JADUs to the actual lower income issue. And I know maybe this is getting, I know you have this in your next presentation, shifting ADUs, JADUs into higher income categories or lower income categories. But if we're using it as a strategy truly for lower income, I would think that we'd want to assure that that actually is who it's rented to somehow.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's a couple of ways to think about it. Anytime I say incentives, to me, that includes a range of incentives. So that could be technical assistance, it could be pre-made plans, it could be fee waivers, or it could be financial incentive. As a rule of thumb, if you're going to give financial incentive, then you usually want to have a deed restriction and you want it to be consistent with that community's goals for how they're using the funds, right? So we're still developing our goals and criteria for how we're going to use our funds. But this, I think, does align with what the council was asking the committee to talk about, like what are the right ways to use the funds. So if we were going to consider a JADU program that had a financial incentive, then I think we would want to come up with a deed restriction that was shorter. I don't think anyone's going to put a 55-year deed restriction just because you help them put in a kitchen, right? I just don't think that that makes financial sense. But I think that we could have some sort of program that lasts at least for a few years. We would have to come up with a relationship between the investment in resources and the length of the affordability of the unit.
Does that answer your question, Sarah?
Yep, thank you.
Yeah. I mean, I want to go to you, Jeff, next, but I was going to say, I feel like if we could just formalize a program around ADUs and JADUs in our town to actually know the number of them, the ones that were built before the last housing cycle that may count for this housing cycle, if we can kind of claim them, or the JADU gets upgraded, through amnesty, and really just manage the stock, know what's there, and actually know who's renting to whom. And I mean, is it possible, Laura, to kind of create that sort of program around this stock and manage it with programs and measurements?
Yeah, definitely. And staff has taken from all of your previous discussion that you would like more structure and more program around our ADUs. So we know the number of ADUs we have today. We know the number, we know the addresses if they've gone through the town's official process. Mm-hmm. If we end up with an amnesty program, then we'll get all of those on the books too. We heard from you before that you were interested in doing regular communication like surveys and understand how the ADUs are getting done. So we do anticipate including that as part of a more comprehensive ADU program. So if there's other ideas like that, we'll be taking a stab at drafting it based on all the feedback you've given us so far. And then you'll have a chance to kind of look at it and make sure it has as much to it as you would like to see.
Mm-hmm. And even doing the matchmaking program across the board with the ADUs and JADUs, and doing, having a partner doing the marketing to communities and actually trying to do the matchmaking with people that have the housing. I mean, I'd be in favor of doing the matchmaking, even if it doesn't count towards our current RENA, the next cycle RENA numbers. But if we can get more diversity living in spaces that are just sitting there currently.
And I've really thought a lot about how the message gets out in this community. So in some places, we just say, oh, advertise for hip housing. But in here, I think we'd want to have a really grassroots effort where sort of home sharing ambassadors go out into the community and talk to their friends and neighbors and say, hey, did you know about home sharing? Mm-hmm. Because it's a real thing that works really well. Because that would probably get the word out a lot better than, just me sending emails out to everyone, right? Yeah. We've established that that's not, the most effective way to get the word out.
And direct mails, like the caller said from town, that just, it's really the only way to hit everybody. But yes, I love that idea, like almost doing Tupperware parties around this type of home arrangement. All right, Jeff, do you have anything you want to add?
First of all, I apologize. I was driving a family member home from an appointment and I dropped off for about 15 or 20 minutes there while I was driving. So I missed a part of this conversation. I'll go back and listen to it on the recording. Just the last thing we were talking about, the incentives for ADUs. I mean, I've been saying this for years. If we're going to, take money from our inclusionary housing fund to incentivize ADUs or junior ADUs, I just want to make sure we're getting something back from it. And, my naive idea years ago was that we subsidize rents if someone shows us that they have a rental agreement for a below market rate rental, for example, is one idea. I mean, the deed restriction is probably more practical, but I agree that it has to be something a little less onerous. I mean, my general concern about ADUs is that unless you insist on deed restrictions, a lot of them are going to get rented for something that most people wouldn't consider affordable. That was my thought about that. So, I mean, if we're going to spend our money to incentivize people to build and rent ADUs or JADUs, we need to have something in place to make sure we're actually getting low income rental from the, or low price rentals from them.
Yeah, Sarah was making the same point. It's absolutely true.
Yeah, I think I missed it.
Yeah. Okay, anybody else want to, Amy or anybody want to?
Yeah, this is Bill. This is Bill. Can I have one last thought?
Yeah, go for it, Bill.
And this is, now that we're 8 months or however long we are into this process, I wonder if we could get a consensus of the committee and a direction to the staff that whatever we come up with here, whether it's in the housing element or in some other document, we really need to have a concrete budgeted plan for how this money that we've been accumulating is going to get spent. Because the question of, should we have a subsidized rent program? Should we have ADU subsidies? Should we build housing at the town center? All of those essentially are going to be drawing on a finite pool of money, and we're going to have to make decisions about how that money gets spent. So I would love to see at an upcoming meeting, literally a sources and uses table for where's the money coming from? Where's it going to go? Are we all comfortable that those are the right allocations of value? It's a tremendously valuable potential tool that we have, and we're going to have to make choices. And I think it's time now for us to start framing those choices. Thanks.
That's good input, Bill. So Laura, what do you think about that? Is that something that you could take up in a future meeting?
Yeah, we could do that. We'd have to think about it a little bit in terms of how to structure it.
Yeah.
So I don't think we have to have that conversation to have an effective draft of our housing element, but that would probably be a good topic to talk about while the housing element is with HCD for review. Because I think council would be very interested in hearing the feedback of this committee.
Yeah.
And then the council could take it up as the ultimate decision maker in terms of how the money would get spent.
We can maybe draft a straw person proposal to go forward to town council. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Bill. I think I'm glad you urged us towards that. Amy, haven't heard from you in this discussion.
Just a couple of last comments on the issue of an amnesty program. I've been thinking about this question of whether those would count as housing stock, but it seems to me that an amnesty program would involve the issuance of a permit, and with the idea being that the individual seeking amnesty would need to bring their unit up to code, and then a permit would issue. And isn't that the marker for when housing stock comes on housing comes into the housing stock, the issuance of a permit? So I'm not sure what the argument would be for not allowing amnestied units to become part of housing stock and count toward the RENA number. I'm sure there's a lot of complexity to this that I'm not aware of, but it just seems to me that if the trigger is that a permit has to issue and be completed in order for an ADU to be created or a JADU to be created, then that's the process that would happen in an amnesty program. So I just wanted to put that out there. I don't need necessarily, an answer to that, but I just wanted to put that out there. The other thing is, it seems to me we may run into a fair amount of hesitance on the idea of accepting some kind of financial incentive in exchange for a deed restriction. A deed restriction being a pretty dramatic limit on what you can do with a particular unit. I'm not saying we shouldn't pursue that. I think it would be great if that could be successful, because a deed restriction is clearly the most absolute way to ensure affordable housing. But might there also be another approach whereby, like, the town operates a program that is designed to incentivize by way of some kind of, you know, subsidy, incentivize the creation of additional housing stock, but you must get your renter through the program. And in other words, the program would then vet the housing or the affordable housing, you know, the individual's sort of bona fides as an affordable housing recipient, whether they're eligible, and then also would set limits on, or sort of that, you know, would set sort of tiers under which a renter could charge for those units. If it's a program that people volunteer to sign up for, I don't think it runs into the rent control issues because it's voluntary. But I mean, maybe that's more structure than we're interested in getting into. And maybe the deed restriction is an easy and successful way to make sure that the housing stock is actually used for affordable housing. But it just seems to me there may be another way to sort of to approach that.
Yeah, no, that's good thinking. I'm curious, Cara, do you have any comments on that? The question of providing financial incentives in exchange for deed restrictions.
Yeah, I think that you've been talking about all of the sort of pinch issues that I would have thought of. It's certainly a long-term deed restriction for a small amount of subsidy is probably not going to work for this particular program. We had talked about a shorter deed restriction, maybe an 8-year deed restriction to comply with this particular housing element period, maybe a little bit longer if there's more of a subsidy or incentive. A rent registry is another issue that it's not really a regulatory device, but it helps on the reporting. And you could perhaps tie it to a fee, and maybe if the tenant meets certain requirements, the fee is reduced. That could work. But in general, it's, you know, you basically have a deed restriction as sort of the regulatory tool, and then you have these financial incentives on the other hand to implement. Those are generally the tools we look at.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure, Andrew, is your hand up to jump
It
in
is.
further? Okay, go ahead.
A couple quick thoughts about words that can be slippery. One is amnesty. If amnesty means I've been renting my place out illegally and now I want to be legalized, that's not creating a new unit. I don't think HCD would ever acknowledge that as a new unit. If amnesty means I have a code violation because I didn't put the plumbing in the right way or something, that would create a new unit. And so that's I think it could be better not to even use the word amnesty. These are just, you could have a lower, easier permit process or waiver of fees for people making their units that are almost junior ADUs into junior ADUs. Secondly, I think it's very clearly wishful thinking to think we're going to solve a significant part of our problem with junior ADUs. I mean, I know people like that idea, but the numbers are never going to work. HCD will never accept that. I don't think we should think that. It'll be part of the solution, but there's got to be 8 other parts. And then deed restrictions, if you make them too onerous, people will just take their units off the market. Just because I have a junior ADU or whatever doesn't mean I have to rent it out. The deed restriction will say I can't rent it out for more than X. Doesn't mean I'm going to rent it out at all. So I think we have to be careful with that. If we can do something that's significantly less than 55 years, or we can have something that's just sort of a contract with the city that says, you know, for 8 or 10 years, and Kara and I are on the same page, you want it to be at least as long as the period for this plan for HCD to think it means anything. Then yes, if I rent it out over the next 8 to 10 years, I will be within certain guidelines and the city will give me X, Y, and Z, whether that's a permit or whether it's a cost waiver or whether that's money. Those are all things that are going to work better than just saying, here's your rental unit. You can't do anything with it for 55 years, but rent it out to below market. That's never going to work. So those are my thoughts.
Thanks, Andrew. Sarah, do you have anything?
Yeah, just a quick one. I think we just need to be realistic about how far we think $4.6 million is going to go. I mean, we're not talking about a pot of gold here if we can't be paying people to incentivize them to have low income renters in their house out of $4.6 million. So I suppose my question is like, what do we think we're going to be able to do with that small amount of money?
Yeah. All right. Good point. So Laura, do you have what you need from us?
Yeah, this is a lot of really good information. We'll think about it a lot. We'll come up with draft language. This may be an area, that we have to do some revision on, but that's fine. We've got time to do that revision as part of the process. And we'll really think about how to bring back a discussion about the funds and how to structure kind of a discussion and thinking about priorities for the community to think about in the future. So it won't be immediately, but we'll put that on the list for a future meeting.
Great, thank you. So I'm thinking maybe we do a 5-minute break before we go into the next session. Does that sound a good idea? Yeah, okay. So let's just see what time it is. In Boston, it is 9:48. So why don't we just get back at 9:55 for the next session, which would be 7:55 your time. If I did the math correctly for a change. All right.
6:55.
6:55, see? Crazy. All right, see you then.
Thanks.
All right. Welcome back for part 2. 6:56 in California. All right. Ms. Russell, we're moving now to building the housing sites inventory portion of the meeting.
Great. And if Carla, if you would pull up my second presentation.
Just for everybody's awareness, we have 107 people from our community participating right now.
Okay, great. So onto the housing sites inventory. Go ahead and take us to the next slide. So we're gonna just briefly touch back on the inventory and the work plan that we've been talking about so far. There's some residents that are new to this conversation, so this is a little bit of a recap, but hopefully not too much. Then we're gonna give you an update on what staff and the consultants have been working on based on the feedback you gave us at the last meeting where we talked about sites back in February. And we've talked some about accessory dwelling units tonight. We'll talk a little bit more about that, and then we'll get your feedback about how we're going to move forward. Next slide. So this is a reminder of how we're building the sites inventory. The committee's work is really focused on the identification of the sites and making sure that we have enough sites to accommodate our lower income allocation under RENA. And then staff and consultants are working on the capacity analysis and the background information that we need for HCD to justify these sites. And then together, we're making sure that we have adequate sites to meet all of our RENA allocation. Next slide. So in terms of the work plan, this is shifted just a little bit. So we're working on the recommendations here, and then we're going to present the sites in the work of the committee so far to a community-wide meeting. That's going to be on May 9th. And then the Planning Commission and Town Council is going to review that inventory. You know what? I'm sorry, this feels like the wrong version of the presentation.
Apologies, let me grab it. I'll grab the right one for you. I'm sorry about that.
Sorry for the technical trouble tonight, folks. I feel like my Zoom updated without me or didn't update or something went wrong.
No worries.
I appreciate the patience. I've been doing this for so long now, I take it for granted. Do you know what I mean? I give these presentations all the time from this corner desk on this computer, so I didn't anticipate any problems tonight.
Glad you're human.
I probably just needed to restart the whole computer.
All right, so I think we missed the goal for the meeting before going to the building inventory process. Did you
Oh,
want to
great.
go
Thanks.
back to that?
Yeah, so let's go back to the goal.
Thank you.
So what we're trying to get in terms of feedback from the committee is direction to staff on what combination of the site inventory strategies stay under consideration. And we've got some slides to walk you through that at the end of the presentation. We want to make sure we hear from you if you need additional analysis or investigation, and we'll let you know what we think is feasible to be able to complete in the next couple of weeks. Then we want the committee be prepared to make recommendations on the sites at the May meeting. So the May 2nd meeting will be just about the sites analysis, no other topics for us to cover. So next slide. So here's the one that I wanted to make sure we got this one right. So we have the committee recommendation on sites. Then we're going to have community-wide meeting on May 9th. And then staff and consultants will be incorporating those materials in the draft housing element. I wanted to point out here that I talked to the fire chief and the fire marshal about our strategy and our for everything. So they know that we need to review the housing inventory sites with them over the next couple of weeks. So they're anticipating that. I just wanted to let the committee and community members know that we're going to be doing that step. And then we're going to have a full draft housing element. There'll be a planning commission meeting and a town council review meeting for the draft housing element. And then we'll be sending it off to HCD for review. There's also a big public comment period during that time when we have the draft housing element. So members of the public will have, I believe it's 30 days to review the draft housing element during that time. Next slide. So we wanted to take you all the way back. If residents are new to this conversation, you can go back on the committee page to the October 18th meeting and get this background if you're interested. So we started this analysis by thinking about what's our analytical framework, what's our starting point. So we went through the maps and the data and the things that we had at the time, which were pretty limited, but it started to get us thinking, and we reviewed some different housing scenarios that the committee gave feedback on. Really starting from that point, the committee expressed the support for what we've been calling kind of the patchwork approach. And this is because there's no simple answers to meeting our arena here. We really need a lot of different solutions and to bring those things together, including sites inventory, affiliated housing, ADUs, etc. Next slide. Then the committee had a fire safety focused meeting on January 18th. This is another great one to watch if residents are new to the conversation. It was really informative, I think, for all of us to hear from the experts and hear from each other. We heard from the community development director from the town of Paradise. She answered a lot of questions. We had a presentation by our own fire district. And then we had live GIS mapping presentation from Deer Creek Resources from Zeke Lunder. And he gave us feedback on kind of a preliminary assessment of the town's geographical and vegetation patterns for the committee to keep in mind as we're moving forward. Next slide. Then on February 22nd, the fire district was with us again for the beginning of that meeting. Then we talked about the housing sites inventory in specific, and we had updated land use constraints maps where we map the different safety hazard areas in town in the key categories that are important to the community and then also supported by state law in the safety element process. So we looked at flooding, we looked at geologic safety, we looked at fire safety, we looked at topography, and we looked at evacuation access. Then we doubled back and looked at our RENA allocation again by income category, and we started to talk really specifically about housing sites. Next slide. Then many of you are familiar with the February 28th meeting because it was very well attended, over 160 attendees. And today was almost that high when we started. It's really lively, productive conversation, challenging in some ways, but really helped to move the conversation forward. And so the committee had new ideas in response to community feedback and your own ideas that you generated. And we staff started calling those the 8 new ideas for shorthand. So then we took all of that feedback and the staff had to do a big pivot. And we needed to review the work plan, the budget, and the schedule. And we decided that we needed to go to the town council and talk about where we were at with the housing element process and the resources that we had, and make sure that our priorities were on target for where the council wanted us to go. In order to do that, we also had to postpone the community-wide meeting that was scheduled for March. And so that meeting is now going to be on May 9th. And so the council discussed those priorities and the resources and emphasized a couple of things that I think are important for the committee. They emphasized the timing element of this and that we should do everything within our power to finish on time. They emphasized completing our zoning code amendments, our basic zoning code amendments with the housing element. And we got into in depth with that about what the different pros and cons of that were. So if you're interested, you can watch that video if you're interested in that discussion. And we do recommend that anyone who's new to the process read that staff report from Town Council for March 23rd. I think it gives a good outline of what we're working on, why, and the consequences of not doing it. Next slide. So now we're going to go into the feedback that we received from the committee. We recognize that not all of these words are going to be perfect. Okay, so everyone needs a little bit of grace. We're working on this very quickly. So I'm going to describe some of these things, but we're still fleshing this out. So you should not think about these things as staff recommendations, but things that staff is putting forward for discussion, and so that the committee has things to start from. So the first item that we had under the 8 new things was to explore new housing sites. And so specifically, the committee wanted us to look at the Glen Oaks Stanford parcel, which is the horse facility coming into town, Il Mirador, which is the site behind town center, and then the Neely property that people are familiar with on Portola Road. And so what we did was we mapped really rough estimates, and I'll describe those, for the amount of developable land. So we looked at the constraints maps for the safety considerations that we've been looking at, and we came up with rough numbers that I'll walk you through in the maps that come up. So next slide, please, Carla. So this map shows the Il Mirador and the Neely property. Il Mirador is the one on the top to the north as this map is oriented. So what we mapped there was the constraints are in gray, similar to what the committee has seen before. So darker gray is more safety constraints, lighter gray is less. Then we looked at other physical attributes of the site and created just kind of a rough sketch area of what might be developable if it was possible, and kind of just some very basic dimensions and very basic acreage. So you could get a sense of scale because these properties are really large. So on the Il Mirador property, we just estimated right at the front of the property there, it's a little over 13 acres. On the Neely property, the very front of the property is within what's called in the general plan a meadow preserve. And the Planning Commission has spent a lot of time in recent years and in past years with an emphasis on preserving the meadow preserve. So we didn't include that area as a development area for even consideration. And then their winery is also at the front of that. Now, this is not a feasibility analysis. This is truly just a rough sketch to give you a sense of the order of magnitude that we're talking about. So that kind of orange organic shape there is 25 acres. Next slide. This is the Glen Oaks property, and it has 2 constraints that are created by the town. So the first is the scenic corridor buffer, and along Alpine Road, that's 75 feet. So that's shown kind of in the creamish orangey light color. And then we also have a stream setback for certain named creeks in town. And along this section, that's 55 feet. And so that's blue. So you can see the property line is dark black, and then you can see the scenic corridor and the stream setback. So we've shown that there are two portions of the lot that are probably developable. Again, very rough numbers, a little over 3 acres in the lower one and a little over an acre in the upper one. And we want to make sure the committee understands that the scenic corridor especially is totally within the town's power to set. So the scenic corridor has been an important value of the community and an important part of the general plan, but it is appropriate for the committee to give feedback on the scenic corridor setbacks if you wish to as part of this process. The creek setbacks are also something that's set by the town, but they're often set for environmental and sustainability types of reasons. And so when you start getting closer to creeks, start to create more regulatory issues with state and federal agencies, and you also create more situations where you could be damaging the wildlife and the native habitats there. So if we were going to consider reducing creek setbacks, that would be something that we would really have to study. So I just bring that up as something for the committee to be aware of. So this parcel at Glen Oaks, we did have a very preliminary conversation with Stanford. They own a number of properties in a number of communities that are all working on their housing elements. And so they're going to give me the instructions about how to officially have a conversation with them about including the site in the housing element. So we've had preliminary conversations and they said, we're very happy to talk to you about it, but we need you to go through the formal process because we have so many people asking us. So we do think that this is a potential site to maybe be included, but it would take more communication with Stanford to be able to do that and have any real feasibility analysis on it. Next slide. So then we're back to our 8 new ideas list. So number 2 was to study the potential for mixed use in the town's CC and AP zones. So for anyone that doesn't know, the CC and the AP zones are our commercial zoning districts, and it's the area where we have existing commercial and office buildings now. It's pretty intuitive, easy to figure out. There was a strong consensus from the community and from the committee that preserving local serving businesses was very important. So we've got some questions for you later in this presentation that we'd like to get your feedback on. But if we're going to preserve the existing local serving businesses, then we don't expect the development potential to be really high. We think it's just going to be a little sprinkling of units. So we haven't done detailed analysis on this yet, but we'll bring back whatever we can to you for the May 2nd meeting. But I would not rely on this as a source of a large number of units at this point. And then number 3 is to continue to study the development potential of a couple of the properties in Northwest Triangle. And so we are analyzing 3 parcels right now for the committee to consider, and we'll have to reach out to property owners and make sure people are aware of it. But there is a parking lot behind Roberts that you're familiar with. There's a vacant parcel next to Roberts. And then there's the office buildings at 4370, which is the corner of Alpine and Nathorst. So at these 3 properties, we are working with our architectural and urban design consultants to do a detailed analysis of those 3 sites that will include basic site plans and a projection, like a feasibility analysis of the number of units that they think will be able to be accommodated there. They'll probably have a little range, but it'll be the most specific information that we've had so far. So they're working on that now, and we'll have a report back to you for the May 2nd meeting. Next slide. Number 4 is what we've been calling the opt-in approach. So at the last meeting where you talked about sites, there was a lot of concern about upzoning single-family residential properties where the homeowners didn't want to be upzoned. So there was an interest in finding out more if there were people in the community that would volunteer to be upzoned, and if there was any interest for that and what that might look like. So we sent mailers to property owners. We chose parcels of 1 acre or larger because we wanted to be responsive to a lot of previous comments that we've heard from the Planning Commission and the community about setbacks related to fire safety. So we thought it wasn't very feasible to be doing upzoning on properties with less than 1 acre if we weren't going to be able to have the setbacks that people would like to see. So that's how we chose that number. Then we also excluded properties that are in the existing CAL FIRE, very high fire severity area. And we excluded properties that only have 1 point of ingress or egress for evacuation purposes. So that's how we created the mailer. As we discussed earlier, everyone is welcome to attend, but we just didn't target the information to everyone in town. We targeted it based on that criteria. So there's going to be a meeting this coming Thursday at 4 o'clock for people that are interested in upzoning. We have a handful of people that have told us that they're interested enough at least to come hear the conversation and hear what that may include. So number 5 is similar to that, and we decided to include it as part of the mailer. So the committee has been talking about the possibility of allowing people to upzone to 6 units per acre. And that was just a number that we tossed out, but kind of caught on a little bit through our discussion. And that would, the way we envisioned it, include 5 market rate units and 1 affordable unit through a program called inclusionary housing or inclusionary zoning. And we're imagining that would probably be townhomes or a small cluster of homes so that you could still have adequate setbacks. And then what we did was on the mailer, we included that as a possibility if people were interested in 6 units per acre or the 20 unit per acre mark that we have for affordable housing. So that's what's included in the mailer. So that covers number 4 and 5. Then number 6 was to revisit the list of town-owned properties to see if there was development potential. So for some of you, this is a very old story. For some of you, it may be new. The town underwent a multi-year process to look at its own town-owned property to see what might be appropriate for affordable housing. And so in that refreshed look at it, we realized that Ford Field is potentially a good location for affordable housing if the committee and the community find that it is. It has less limitations than some of the other sites that we've investigated so far. So we're going to present more information on some of these sites as we go forward, but I wanted to give you what we've got so far on Ford Field. So next slide. This is the overall composite map. So same thing, dark gray has the most safety considerations, light gray the least. So we've got Ford Field up at the top. We are evaluating that. We've got something to show you for that. We have not evaluated Rosati Field or Frog Pond open space. We have not, staff has not evaluated any town-owned property that is actively in an open space designation or a active recreation use. So that's one of the things we wanted to get feedback from you later on tonight. And then the Blue Oaks property is all the way down at the southeast end. It's that little purple strip there, and I'll talk a little bit about that as well in just a moment. So this is the Ford Field site with that same very basic analysis like we've done for the other sites. So you've got the scenic corridor setback in the kind of brownish tan color. The creek goes along the back, so you've got the creek setback in the blobby kind of blue color that's trying to go where the creek goes. And then at the bottom, you can see that there's a hatch mark and it says deed restriction area. So that's where the softball diamond is. Because of its source of funding, there's a deed restriction on that property right now that's time limited. So right now that corner is not developable and it's an active recreation use. So we didn't evaluate it for that. And then there's a 30-foot easement that's also in dashed line that goes across the parcel and creates access to the parcel behind it. So that's a legal constraint that's on the property right now as well. So this organic shape here is 1.1 acres. You know, it most certainly would be more, but we wanted to present something conservative to you. And we just put down this one dimension to demonstrate that 237 feet is certainly deep enough to have a meaningful development project at this site. And then you can see the way that the property gets quite narrow as you go up. And many of you are familiar with it. There's the multi-use trail that's paved that goes across the whole alpine side. And then there's a trail behind it that goes along the creek. So those amenities already take up some of that space and make it really narrow. But we do imagine that if this was a development site, you could probably have the building portion be in the orange area. And then you might have amenities that were associated with that site. Like maybe you would have a small tot lot, or maybe you would have other things associated with the site that could be in the more narrow portion. But once you get into the narrow portion, it's going to be harder to build buildings there. It would be pretty restrictive. So we're going to be working on a detailed feasibility analysis for this, including some site planning. So more is to come on this, but I wanted to get this information out to the committee, because if the committee finds that it's appropriate to have housing right at the entrance point, this really is a good site because the town already owns it. So we have that ability to control the, work potentially with an affordable housing developer to have an affordable housing project at this location. So next slide. Many of you are very familiar with it, but if you haven't been out for a while, this gives you a sense, the first picture gives you a sense of the road at the far left, and then the multi-use trail that's paved, and then the kind of open space. And then walking along up towards the pictures are walking up towards Ladera. And then I stopped in the middle of the property to take a picture because I want everyone to be reminded that there's two epic trees on this property. They're really incredible in scope. So I want to make sure everyone's aware of that as we start talking about this project. The way that the site is laid out, it may be possible to build around those trees, but it would dramatically, I think, restrict the development potential if those trees were to remain and we were to work around it. So it'd very much be a task for very qualified professionals to evaluate the details of those trees and whether they could be saved with a project. Then the bottom picture is just walking further along towards that area of the easement. So right now I'm right in the middle of the site and taking a picture back towards the baseball diamond. So that gives you a sense of how open it is right now. So it does have a very scenic quality with the open grassy portion and with those really large trees. So just wanted to make that very transparent, since this committee's charge is to think about these difficult trade-offs as we're working on this. Next slide, please. And then the Blue Oaks property is approximately 13 acres in total. 4 of those parcels are dedicated for either open space or, open space neighborhood preserve. And they were put into those categories on the subdivision map that is recorded in order to satisfy the town's requirements for park or recreation area when you do a subdivision. So making an alteration of that would require a subdivision action, which is outlined in state law to change the rules of that subdivision. So we're continuing to look into that and research it. And then a feasibility analysis would be required to see what's practical for this location. So the next steps that staff is planning is to look at some more of the legal restrictions on that. And then we would, if it looks like that's going to work, then we would do that same kind of very basic map that we've been showing you that would show, again, the creek setback and try to get a sense of the developable area. And then we would bring that back to you for your consideration if you'd like to see that. Next slide. So we're back to the 8 new things. Number 7 is to consider using the Affordable Housing Fund. So this is kind of as we thought it was. It came up again tonight. It was a great conversation. So we'll continue to discuss your recommendations on how to use those funds. And then number 8 is to revisit the ADU process. And this was twofold, to see if people are interested in building ADUs and to talk to people who have built ADUs and to see what the obstacles were, to see if we could come up with any additional ways to streamline them. So we have an ADU focus group scheduled for tomorrow at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. This is the meeting we were talking about earlier during oral communications. We're going to have 2 breakout rooms in Zoom, one for people that are interested in building an ADU and want to talk about that, and then the other room for people that have built an ADU. We reached out to professionals as well, so we have some architects that are coming to help participate in that conversation, as well as property owners. So we'll get all that information and we'll bring it back to you and give you an assessment of whether we think, really streamlining ADUs is feasible. Are there things that we can do? Is it actionable? And do we think it would have any impact on our unit counts? Next slide. So now accessory dwelling units, and this crosses over a little bit what we were talking about earlier, but it's a little bit of a different issue too. And so back in November, the committee talked about ADUs in general and whether they really supply affordable housing or not. We talked about the 2 different allocation formulas. So how those ADUs get distributed into the income categories. Since that meeting, staff has been using the more conservative numbers where the ADUs are concentrated in the higher income categories. In other words, we have not been relying on ADUs to meet our low income numbers to the highest degree that may be possible. But then we heard renewed interest from the committee and from community members that maybe ADUs are important, even more important part of the overall strategy. So staff updated our unit total table that we've been looking at to include what we'd call the standard ADU allocation. So to our knowledge, this is what other communities in San Mateo County are using. So it satisfies more of the lower income unit requirements. So this is one of the things we wanted to get your feedback on tonight. Next slide. So this is that table. If it's small for people, it's also in the staff report, so you can refer to it there if that's helpful. So if you're new to this table, we've got the RENA going across the top and then the 20% zoning target, sometimes called the buffer, with the total number of units that we're trying to plan for in each income category. And I've circled here on the ADU line, the ADU allocation numbers that we have for you in this version. The very low income units are up. So that 24 number is quite a bit higher than what it was before. And then with this allocation model, moderate income units are lower. So that number went down than the old formula. So the totals stay the same. They're just allocated differently between the income categories. And then going all the way down to the bottom, we want to think about these units in 2 categories. So the very low income and the low income are usually grouped together, the way that we have to plan for the units. And then the moderate income units and the above moderate income units are grouped together. So our total is 150 units, but we have to make sure we're planning for the different income categories properly. Next slide. So this is my attempt to make it as simple as I can. I know it's very complex, but if we add the very low income and the low income together, that's 61 units. And those are the units that we're supposed to zone for 20 dwelling units per acre, according to the HCD guidance. Then we've got moderate income units at 5 and above moderate, which you can think of as market rate, just normal free market economy. That's above moderate income. That's 84 units for a total of 89. Next slide. So here's another way to think about this. You've seen a similar slide in the past. So we add up the 2 columns, we get 61 lower income units. So how much area do we need to accommodate 61 lower income units? So we need about 3.1 acres if we're going to do 20 dwelling units per acre. And I'm just throwing this out here for the committee to consider. If we are doing 30 dwelling units per acre, then you would only need 2 acres to satisfy that requirement. Then moving over to the right for the moderate and market rate units, we need 89 units. And so I've given you 3 different scenarios here for you to consider, like what there's trade-offs as we've talked about for the different densities. So if we're going to do 20 units per acre, we only need 4.5 acres. If you wanted to do 15 units per acre, for example, which is kind of townhouses or maybe cottage development, that would be 6 acres we would need. And if we went down to 6 dwelling units per acre, we would need 15 acres to satisfy the number of units that we need at that income category. And then far to the right, we need 150 units. And this is just thought experiment. If we zoned everything at 20 units per acre, we would need 7.5 acres at that density to meet our requirements. Next slide. So we're getting now to the committee discussion and what we'd like to get feedback from you this evening. So the first is, should ADUs be emphasized in the affordable housing strategy? So meaning, should we use the ADU allocation that we presented to you in your memo and in this presentation tonight that includes more lower income ADUs? Then number 2, big question. Up to this point, the town staff and consultants, we have not analyzed sites that would replace active recreation open spaces. So we've not analyzed the soccer field at town center, for example. This is not really considered a best practice, so staff would not normally initiate this, but we understand that there's different interests among the community. So if the committee wanted us to analyze this, we would need you to give us specific direction on what you would want us to analyze. And then number 3, this is the big one, and I'm going to go into some detail with you on this to hopefully help your conversation. And that is, what combination of sites inventory strategies should stay on the table? Which sites do you like? Which approaches do you like? How do you see this patchwork quilt that we're making coming together? And which ones should be removed from consideration? So as you're thinking about this, I'll remind you that as a body appointed by the council, you're free to use your own judgment, your own local experience, your own framework for thinking about this. That's why you're on the committee, to bring those things into the conversation. We would also refer you to the committee's values and the committee's charge when we first started this process, and we include in your packet. So we want to comply with state law. We want to be timely. We want to reflect the town's values and goals. We want to incorporate safety considerations. We want to support diversity, equity, and inclusion. We're looking for a family-friendly community. We want to be mindful of the rural character, and we want to uphold safety considerations. So that's just a reminder of your initial charge and the initial values that you set out. So now in specific, next slide, please. Here's the areas that we'd like to get more feedback on. So we think that this one is in pretty good shape. We know we need to do additional analysis, and we're getting started on that. So you remember, this goes back a ways, but there's the town center substation next to the soccer field. This is a small site. It was identified by the town-owned property committee. It's only going to generate a handful of units, but we are going to study it because it was the first choice the last time the community considered this topic. That's less than an acre. Then we've got Ford Field, which is at least an acre, probably more. Then the parking lot behind Roberts is 1.1 acres. The empty lot next to Roberts is 1.2 acres. And the corner of Alpine and Nath Forest is 2.5 acres. So these sites we plan to analyze for you and bring back for your future consideration. Next slide. Then a big question is single family upzoning. So we've given you a few things to think about here. So would you only want to consider properties that opt in? So we would not upzone anyone that didn't want to be. That would result in multifamily housing, we think, spread throughout the community. So it wouldn't be clustered, it would be spread out. The next option for you to think about is maybe upzoning properties, but not making single family legal non-conforming. So I'm going to explain this because I know it can be complicated. Sorry for those of you that this is a repeat. But what we talked about in the past was if we upzone single family properties to multifamily, then the single family home would become legal non-conforming. And that property owner would have restrictions on their ability to, for example, demolish and rebuild a new house. So there was quite a bit of community concern and committee concern around that idea. So staff thinks that as long as we don't over rely on this strategy for all of our affordable housing units, we could consider upzoning, but allow the single family uses to continue. So we would not be zoning single family out. We would allow it to remain and just give the owners the option of building something that would be at a higher density. And then we looked at single family properties generally in two areas. And so we would like to get your feedback about what you want to keep on the table and what you want to retire from consideration. So we looked generally at single family properties in the Northwest area. And then we looked generally at a row of properties on Alpine Road near Ladera at the edge of the town boundaries. So this is a way to think about your discussion, and we'd appreciate feedback on these items. Next slide. Then for commercial properties, this is really a choice. We see two potential options here. We could write a policy that emphasizes the retention of the existing businesses and then just fit in a little sprinkle of housing units where it might be possible. So that's the first choice. Or we could write a policy that really allows the demolition of the existing buildings. But if you did that, you'd be required to build new commercial building. So that would result in a new mixed use development. So you already heard a little bit of feedback from the business community earlier. So this ties into that conversation. So which do you prefer to see in terms of the policy for commercial properties? Next slide. Then here's three specific properties that we want to make sure that we're kind of on the same page with you about. So we're getting you the information that you need. We want to make sure that you'd like us to start the official process by reaching out to Stanford to talk about the site now that we've done some preliminary feasibility analysis on it. So that's for the Glen Oaks property. For the Neely property, we wanted to point out that the Planning Commission in recent years has been working very hard to preserve that site. So having communications with them about potential development is significant. So we wanted to check in with you and make sure that the committee would like us to continue communications with the property owner, with the family, to see what would be the development potential over time. Now, given the complexity of that site, there's biological complexity. They have the winery that's permitted to operate there, as well as their personal residence there. So it would require, we think, quite a detailed planning process. So from a realistic point of view, this could be something that could be done for the end of the 8-year period, but we should not count on getting a lot of units out of this very quickly, because we think it would really need to be a very detailed public involved process to come up with an appropriate way to even consider developing the Neely property. So we wanted to get your feedback on that. And then for the Blue Oaks property, we assume that you would like us to continue research and site feasibility, but we would like to receive your confirmation on that before we proceed with that work. Next slide. So in terms of upcoming meetings and looking ahead, we're going to have a meeting on May 2nd for the Housing Element Committee to finalize the draft sites inventory. I mentioned this before, Monday, May 9th, community-wide meeting on Zoom. And then Tuesday, May 24th, we expect to bring back to you a full draft housing element. And that'll be during that public review time for the draft housing element. So very tight schedule. The council really asked us to hold to this very tight schedule and do our absolute best to stay on track to get HCD certification on time. So that's why we're pushing really hard to be able to do this. We also continue to work on the pieces of the safety analysis that we think are important for you. So we'll be looking at those sites always from a safety point of view. And as I mentioned, we'll be discussing them with the Woodside Fire Protection District. So I think that's my last slide. Yes, okay. So I recognize that this is a lot. Hopefully the slides at the end help you to kind of frame your discussion and will help us to get the feedback that we need to be able to move forward to the next step. So I'm very happy to try to answer any questions. And I look forward to your feedback.
Well, kudos, Laura, on pulling together so much information and continuing to explore possibilities and keeping this project on track. It's amazing. Okay, one thing I'm just wondering is, did anybody share the slides that you just presented so that we can have them? I think it would be
We had a
helpful.
technical difficulty, of course, right before the meeting, but we
Okay.
will send the slides out to the committee members and we'll post them on the website. So everyone will be able to see them.
No way to send them right now. It would just be helpful to split between all the discussion points and whatnot, make sure we're hitting everything.
I don't know if we can.
Okay.
So I don't know. We'll just pause here a second. Dylan, you weren't able to send the PowerPoints out, right?
I wasn't able to send them out, but since we've been at the meeting, I've been able to download the PDFs, so I can try to send them to the committee if I just am given a few moments to hopefully work the gremlins out of my computer today.
Okay, so we'll try.
Taking
Okay.
over.
All right, thank you.
Can we just post them to the screen as we go through? Perhaps we have a ADU and then we have the different potentials for further development.
Oh yeah, we can screen share for sure. We can walk you
Yeah,
through the
why
questions
don't
in the
we-
screen share. So
why
it's
don't we
just
do
up
that?
to the chair, yeah.
If it's acceptable to the chair.
Yeah, it'd be helpful to have the slides up. I agree with that. So we have a lot to discuss.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, let's
Right
not
now we're
screen
doing clarifying questions now.
Yeah, just questions for now.
Yeah. So why don't we do that? And then we'll go to the community members for comments and then we'll come back for discussion. By then we should have the slides and we can kind of think about how to shape the discussion. Okay, so Anne, you are first up. Go ahead.
Great, no, thanks, Laura. This is so good to see it all laid out. And I actually feel encouraged. I'll get to that part of it next. Two questions. One on the way to count ADUs. I mean, why wouldn't we count it this new way? It makes our problem so much better, right? There must be some risk in counting it this way. What's the downside?
Okay, we think that there's a little bit of risk, but we think that it's reasonable risk to take. So initially, HCD had given us and other high resource communities the feedback that they didn't know if the standard ADU allocation met fair housing requirements. And the thinking there was that if certain kinds of people own the homes, then they're going to rent to people that are similar to them. And that we haven't achieved anything for fair housing. And that we probably wouldn't get diversity. And so that was the initial feedback. So we brought you the other allocation to be conservative. But then when we heard your feedback and the community's feedback, we thought that this is appropriate risk to take. So their HCD has not opined in writing, but they have given the impression over the phone and in webinars that this is going to be acceptable. So the downside for us is we use this ratio and they say no. And then when we're revising our housing element, we have a really big lift to try to create more sites for affordable housing. So that's the risk that we're taking. But we do think my best recent information is Atherton, Woodside, and Hillsborough were all using this allocation.
Wow.
So
okay,
Laura,
that's
do you
great
think,
news.
I just want to clarify, I guess a clarifying question, then I'll go back to you, Anne, sorry. If we present the numbers, but we also have associated with that program in place that, you know, supports the idea that we're really trying to have affordable housing in these units and support that. Does that seem to, it would kind of make it a stronger proposal, I would assume, right?
Yeah, we think that makes it a stronger proposal, and we've really thought a lot about it. So if we have a strong fair housing chapter, which I think we will, and if we have some policies similar to what you were just talking about related to ADU or JADU streamlining or affordability or incentives, and then use partner agencies to encourage more diversity in those residents, that seems like a good package from everything that we've heard and what people are telling us.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Back to you, Anne.
Great. Okay. And then my next question is on item number 1 in your table, you had a few properties, Glen Oaks, owned by Stanford, and El Mirador, and the Neely property. Like the Glen Oaks one is only a little bigger than the buildable area. You know, I'm on the planning commission for the town. You'd think I'd know this, but I don't. I can see designating a property, just we say, okay, now it's allowed to build 6 units per acre, whereas before it was maybe 1. So that seems like it could make sense on Glen Oaks. On El Mirador and Neely, those properties are huge. You mapped out a 13-acre little section and a 25-acre, but the whole properties are, I think, hundreds of acres. I'm not quite sure. Is there such a thing as zoning just a little section of a property, even if a property is many hundreds of acres, we say, well, okay, down in this little section of it, we're just putting a new thing in. It can be anywhere from 1 to 6 acres, 6 units per acre. Or are we not allowed to? Oh, because that would not take the cooperation of the owner, right? The planning commission could just do that. Is that something you can do, or it's got to be property by property? Did that make sense?
Yes, it's a great question. And it's not a really simple answer. So I can tell you as a planner, most of the time you want the zoning to line up with the property boundaries.
Okay.
But in my career, I have dealt with properties that have 2 different zoning districts across the property.
Really? Okay.
And so it's not great, but it is possible. And we have talked about what are the different technical tools that we could use to achieve something like that. So Cara might also have feedback, but if mostly what we would like from the committee is to tell us what you would want to achieve, then we would go see if we could find a tool, figure that out. That would kind of be my best recommendation.
And
Okay,
just
thanks. That's all my questions for right now.
Yeah, thanks, Anne. Those are good questions. I think Dylan just got the slides through to us. In case you wanna
yes,
open them
just
up.
through the chair, I want to make sure that everybody receives my email. If not, I can just send the person who did not a follow-up email to get them to him.
Okay. I got mine, so thank you. That worked. Jeff, go ahead. You're next.
Thanks. The first thing I want to say is I hope that people on the committee and people watching this understand the Herculean task it was to sort of take the feedback from February 28th, reorient the whole process, identify, chase down these 8 ideas, come back to the council to readjust our expectations and get our input. I want people to understand how much work has happened in the last 6 weeks, led by Laura, assisted by Adrian, Carla, people at Urban Planning Partners, Jeremy, and Cara, of course. I just want people to understand that what happened on the 28th was a huge sort of shifting of how we were looking at all of this. And a lot of people put a lot of work in over the last 6 weeks to get us to where we are. And we're actually still plausibly on a timeline. So thank you to everyone. And I'm missing people and I apologize for that. But I thank everyone who made this possible. The fact that we are still here talking about this and we can still keep to our deadline is nothing, it's walking on water. I have 2 questions. The first one is the Blue Oaks property. If we revising the subdivision agreement, am I remembering correctly that would require agreement with the Blue Oaks Homeowners Association?
I'll try to answer that, Laura, if you want. It probably would require the homeowners association approval. It would also require the original subdivider's approval or the successor to the subdivider. I do see it as a different type of ownership scenario. Even though the town does own it, it was deeded to us for the purposes of open space. And it was also deeded to us under the Quimby Act, which is a state law that requires subdividers to provide open space to the residents of the subdivision. And the way that the subdivider complied with that particular requirement is to deed the property over to the town, which is currently operating the property as open space. And so the property is really owned by the town for the benefit of the residents to use as open space or some other type of park use. So that's why we think that one proxy for receiving permission to change the use could be sort of a ratification by the homeowners association. But it's going to be a challenge to revise that subdivision agreement.
Okay, thank you. My other question applies to both Blue Oaks, but also applies to the town's actual playing fields that we own. And Cara and I have discussed this before. I want to make sure I understand. If we were to remove playing fields or that open space because it's park area, any of those might trigger, would those potentially trigger an EIR under CEQA because we are reducing recreation space in town?
That is certainly a possibility. Of course, we're looking at not using the actual field use property itself. But if we were to utilize the field property, the whole area of Ford Field, or if we were to transfer, or if we were to relocate Ford Field to another location, that could trigger certainly an additional environmental analysis. I don't know what level at this point.
I was thinking more of like the Rosati's Field or the field at Town Center. Which have both been sort of posited, and I just wanted to understand that my understanding was if we were to turn one of those into housing, we'd be reducing our total park space, and that might trigger a full-blown EIR versus the MND we're talking about.
Yes, it could.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Jeff. Al, go ahead.
Okay, so I have a question for Laura. It's kind of related to the idea that I assume when we get to 2031, there'll be another housing element that has to be done. And so the question is it advantageous to us to come very close to hitting our 300 unit number this time and not going over in the idea of saving units for the next one? Or if we identified 500 units this time, and our number was only 300, then we could roll 200 over into the next go round in 2031.
So the way that the law has been written, you're not allowed in general to count units for the next housing element cycle. The only exception to that is what they're calling pipeline projects that we have been counting. So there's a few cases where something is either close to being in construction or in construction or planned and far along in the process where you can count it for the future. But yeah, I think to your point, if we're being really smart, we build exactly 253 units in the next 8 years.
Okay,
Like
so
the
yeah,
exact number. And then next time we get another allocation and we build that number of units.
okay, good. That's helpful. Thank you.
And I think I should add too, because there's probably people listening that are new to this, the state laws change a lot. And they probably will change in the middle of the 8-year planning period. And our knowledge of wildfire safety is constantly evolving right now. And there very well be a different way of looking at housing allocations in the future related to fire safety. But we can't bet on any of that happening. We kind of have to assume that the housing crisis will continue and the housing laws will continue to prevail. And then hopefully there's a change at the state level about how they think about wildfire safety. And we'll stop allocating so many units to communities that have genuine fire concerns.
Okay, Andrew, go ahead.
Just to follow up on that last point, if we plan for 500 or, some number that's more than the bare minimum, and they didn't get built, couldn't we include couldn't we include those in the next go around? Because there's still development projects.
Yes, you can include them the next time around. And
But we're not building anything, we're just planning.
Yeah, as a rule of thumb now, this used to happen all the time, and cities would just carry their sites over from inventory to inventory. So they've gotten more strict about using sites that were on your past inventory. So now, generally speaking, of course, it's complicated because all of this is, but generally speaking, if you increase the density, then you can carry it forward. So maybe this time we zone it at 15 units per acre and it doesn't get built in 8 years. To include it next time around, we'd probably have to zone it more higher density.
Okay. My next question relates to
Andrew, I'm sorry, just to add on to that, another nuance that some cities are exploring is that what you can do is you can actually put only 253 units on your inventory. And then if your goal is to plan for, say, 500, those additional 250 or so units would just sit in reserve. And so they wouldn't formally be listed on the housing site inventory. So you could, in fact, use them in the next housing cycle.
Okay. Just to be clear, I think myself and probably some other people are thinking, should we save Neely for later or not? And if it's going to take 10 years anyway. But we could talk about that at the next meeting. In terms of HCD.
That's exactly what I was thinking, Andrew. Yeah, thank you.
That was my thought. But anyway, in terms of HCD, it seems like a no-brainer in terms of public sentiment and my personal sentiment to up zone, but allow continuance of single-family units as a currently allowed permanent use. And it also seems like a no-brainer to try to preserve existing businesses since we have so few to begin with. But how's HCD going to look at that? Are they going to say, well, that's not, you're not really doing what you say you're doing? Or are they going to discount on the number of units? Or how is that going to work at the audit level? Or do we not know?
We never know for sure. I can give you my best guess. So let me take them one at a time. So for the first one, in terms of allowing single family uses to remain when the property is upzoned, we have to be careful if those sites are on our inventory and we're relying on that too heavily. So I don't think it would be acceptable if all of our sites still allowed single family. But I think it would be acceptable if some of them did. So this is my best, this is my best guess. So we might be talking about a situation where we have, and I'm just going to make some things up for an example. Okay, so maybe we're going to use Ford Field. Maybe people really like Ford Field. You want to get a lot of units on Ford Field, and maybe Blue Oaks works out. So those become our two main affordable housing sites as an example. Then in terms of getting more market rate units, we're not relying on it on other sites to get our affordable units. There's more scrutiny on the sites for affordable units. And then maybe we could have more of a range for the market rate units. I think as long as we put together a whole package for HCD that we can defend, that we have a story that we can tell, then it's going to be acceptable to them. But I don't think we could do it for everything. And then in terms of preserving existing businesses, this is again, I think about telling the story and explaining to them that it's been a long-standing part of the general plan to have the commercial be community serving and not any kind of destination retail or service. And that this is also an environmental practice that we want people to be living and shopping, you know, in immediate proximity. So a lot of this is about creating the narrative and explaining to them all the good things that we're doing related to housing, and then where we've made local decisions to try to protect the things that are most important to the community.
Okay, just as a comment then, I think you could also say we wanted to build these units where people could, of lower income, could get to them, could get to the shop, you know, could get to shopping, could get to whatever. And so we can't have all that stuff go away because, you know, that's great for the people up in the hills and not so great for these new residents.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay, Sarah Wernikoff, go ahead.
First, I just want to echo Jeff's comments. Laura, Cara, and team, this information it's so complicated, and somehow you guys are able to not only turn it around that quickly, but disseminate it to us and the community in such a thorough and clear way. And I just so appreciate all your hard work. It's not easy to explain this complicated stuff as well as you do. There's no doubt about it. So my question first relates to Blue Oaks. When I think about Blue Oaks, I guess I'm just wondering if you guys feel that Woodside Fire will consider this an appropriate site, just given everything, you know, all the dialogue in the last couple months about slope and ingress, egress, evacuation. I don't know that site really, really well, but from what I think I know of it, it seems like it might not fit from a wildfire management standpoint. So I'm just kind of curious for your thoughts on that.
I think you're right that it might not work. It might not fit for any significant number of units. So their feedback would be really important. If we're going to really consider that site, we would send it back through, I think, Zeke Lender for feedback, and we would send it to Woodside Fire for their feedback.
Okay. Yeah. I think that, like, before any time and effort is spent, I think we should really vet that out as step number one. The second thing is just some food for thought on the notion of shifting some of the very low income units to ADUs. And I guess what I was wondering, and you might not have the number at the top of your head, maybe Dylan or somebody could look it up. I was trying to look in a previous presentation, but really, what is the income level? I just want to remind the community, you know, the income level for low and very low, and what that means and what the rent would be. Because I think it's important. I think, you know, my quick look, it was for a two-person, two-family income, it was a range of 43 to 73,000 per year. So I don't know what the rent level would be, and I think you guys presented that at some point. But I think if we're going to be, you know, I guess I'm just reflecting again back on Helen's comments. And if currently we have a situation where we can't find a one-bedroom for under 5,000. You know, I just would really like to be looking at what these numbers, what this rent would be, and try and understand if it's realistic that we would be offering that number of low income rental units through ADUs before we make that decision.
We probably could not pull it up for you live time, but would it be okay for the next meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's less than $1,000 a month, I guess, is going to be my guess.
Rule of thumb is going to be 30% of the person's income, and that's going to include utilities.
Mm-hmm.
I have San Mateo County available if you want me to pull it up.
Oh
from the
yeah,
last
Carla, do you have it?
meeting. This was just from the last community meeting, a slide we showed that had like different occupations and
Yeah.
income categories.
Didn't you also have one that suggested what the rent would be though?
We have 1,500 here. I know.
Oh,
it's
okay.
county,
Sorry, I didn't
but
see that. Okay.
yeah.
So we can get the more, we have the specifics, we just don't have it prepared quite in that way.
Right.
So we can
Okay.
get that for you.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Nicholas, go ahead.
Hey guys, I'm so sorry. I'm looking at colleges here in Newton, Mass at the moment. So
All
if I'm
right.
having a little bit of trouble getting from here to there, you'll understand.
You're right down the road from me. I'm in South Hadley.
That's very funny. And I think Chair Swisher is right down the road for us as well.
I am. I'm downtown.
Very funny. So for the ADUs, I strongly recommend that we adopt the less conservative approach. These are buildings that are developed sort of affordable by design. And it's absolutely correct that there's a question of who and how people will be living there. But also note that these could be the numbers that we just heard are for single individuals, and for families, even small families, the numbers go up really quickly. I do have a question regarding the availability of properties, and that is of the properties that we've identified. If we can go through and just identify which of these are most likely to move the fastest, that is, which of them are least constrained, either by way of legal complexity, natural resources, streams, wetlands, things like that. That would be helpful. And just as a note, that it really seems in a lot of ways El Mirador and Neely are probably connected, or could be connected in some more interesting ways. And the one development may have implications for the others. Laura? In terms of prioritization, which of the properties do you see as moving most quickly?
I think that we have more conversations to have with property owners, but my very preliminary feedback would be Ford Field could move quickly. Potentially the site at Nathorst and Alpine, the 2.5 acre site on the corner, could move quickly. It does have constraints. It has a little seasonal creek that goes through. It has some topography changes, but it's has some separation from the residential properties. So that would depend on if that property owner was interested in moving quickly. The vacant site next to Roberts has very good potential because it's truly vacant and next to the Willows development that's going to be going forward. So that has very good potential to move quickly. I think those would be the main ones. And I think, hearing you talk about it, maybe that's another way that we can present this information next time, would be to kind of use the method that the Town-Owned Property Committee used to make the timeline for the development part of the analysis. So I think that's something that I think we could do, and it would help you to kind of prioritize the sites for the next meeting.
I think from my perspective, that would certainly be helpful. One of the things I can't help but notice is one, both the Neely properties and the Fogarty property. And I don't know if folks are in conversation with the Fogarty family and the El Mirador have really quite a number of potential parcels embedded within their properties as well. So I think that there's an interesting question as to how those parcels rather, would be taken into consideration with respect to increased density in other portions of their properties. And that's it's an interesting question. There are a lot of implications associated with it. Some of them are really good, at least I would think, both for those families as well as potentially from the town. But they're the sort of things that you really want to be able to think through. And there are definitely the right tools to be able to do that. Whether one could do that and establish them with sufficient specificity, this is a Kara question, so as to be meaningful for RENA numbers, I have an open mind to, but I also I don't know the answer to that. But I do know that there's some real complexity in trying to do an entitlement or think through an entitlement involving that kind of complexity would be challenging, at least for me, within 4 or 5 months. Y'all may be better, but there's a lot to think about. So in any event, if you could think about how one would prioritize it in terms of time, the others could sort of on the latter side could probably live either in a policy or objective or in a reserve space, I would think, and a TBD rather than for inclusion. In any event, that's my initial thinking on it.
Thanks, Nicholas. Helen, do you have any clarifying questions? Are you unmuted, Helen?
Sorry, thank you. Thanks, Jocelyn. Have these sites, let me just clarify, the sites are for potentially multi-unit higher density. Are they specific to affordable housing? Is that, or is it for all income levels? I got a little confused, so if I could get clarification on that.
Okay, the way we're talking about it tonight, they are not specific for affordable housing. So we gave you the numbers that we needed for affordable and then the numbers that we need for moderate and market rate. The one caveat I would add is that town-owned property is especially effective as an affordable housing solution because we already own it. And so an affordable housing developer wouldn't have to pay market rate for the land.
Okay.
So in that vein, Ford Field is an especially good affordable housing site.
Right. However, I'm looking, okay, and did the, because of the point system for ranking affordable housing sites, such as I've got it open on my desktop, access to transit, there's none, because you need headways every 15 minutes. Access to public park, yes. Book lending, public library within a half a mile, that wouldn't get points. Full scale grocery store within a half mile, etc. So had those been taken into account at all for looking at the publicly owned land?
No, are you talking about the tax credit points?
Yes, yeah. So, you know, or access to a public elementary, middle, or high school, you know, within a quarter mile for, anyway, I think, you know, if public land, okay, those are my questions for that. Let me make sure. Can I also make sure the clarity on the Nathorst acreage, because of the single family housing zoning around that area, the 2.5 does not include single families residential. Is that accurate or not? Again, I've lost track of what it includes and what it doesn't.
I know. Okay, so to the best of our knowledge, okay, because we're doing the best we can here, the 2.5 acre site at Alpine and Nathorst is the office development. It does not have residential on it.
Great. Okay. Thanks for that. And those are my questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Helen. Sarah, go ahead. Dory.
Super quick question for Laura. Are we no longer allowing for a buffer? Because you mentioned 253 units. Are we no longer thinking about the 300? Because that was the plan. I thought I must have missed it if we're no longer planning for that.
We're definitely planning for the buffer.
Okay.
We're just trying to be realistic that we might not get all the way there. And the reason we have the buffer is so we get to 253 by the end.
Got it. Yep. Cool. Thanks.
And the updated chart in the packet reflects the buffer still. You can see the breakdown. Any other clarifying questions? Yeah, Janie, go ahead.
So I'm thinking in terms of the commercial mixed use projects behind Roberts, next to Roberts, and potentially above Roberts, and even that hardware store corridor, like would we be suggesting that we create something where we'll have additional commercial space available for new tenants as part of this mixed use, but then have, you know, the current tenants grandfathered in, for example, if we're allowing, you know, a new mixed use development? Because to me, that makes a huge amount of sense to build housing above commercial and just go up 1 or 2 stories. So I'm just thinking about that, like, how do we protect the current tenants and then potentially open up some new space? Is that kind of something we're talking about with, I think it was option 2, with protecting the current commercial development? Does that make sense?
I think so. Let me take it apart a little bit and see if I'm answering your question. So one of the options is to write policy that would allow or encourage a property owner to demolish what's existing and rebuild mixed use, presumably with retail on the first floor or office or service and residential above. So that is one of the choices we'd like your feedback on. We received a public comment and I agree with it from earlier today, that when you demolish an existing commercial building and rebuild a new one, it's very challenging for small local tenants to go back into those spaces. I have very rarely seen it in my career because they have a new financing method. They have construction loans. The spaces are very expensive. They're built to a different standard. And so the rent typically goes up substantially. And a lot of small businesses get eliminated because of those types of projects. So I want to be candid so that you know what to expect. So there is a real possibility of that. Now, one thing that is maybe worth thinking about in both of our commercial areas are there targeted ways to add a few units? Like, is there a portion that could be demolished and rebuilt that would still make sense for tenants and owners? Is there a way to reconfigure anything so a couple of units could be added? Is there a way to put on a second story? You almost can never add a third story because structurally you can't do it without tearing a building down, but sometimes you can add a second story. So those are the types of things that fall into category 1, is sort of creative, just adding a few units where they fit. And then the second option is allowing or encouraging demolition and rebuilding of a mixed use development.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. And I definitely, don't want to lose our grocery store. Right. Okay, thank you.
Bob, you've got your hand up. Go ahead.
Thanks. Laura, as I understand it, both Glen Oaks and Fort Field is within not just the scenic corridor, but within the primary vista corridor. Can you describe the significance of that?
Say it again, within the scenic corridor. So there's a
it's
Alpine
adjacent-
Scenic Corridor Plan.
Right, and within the scenic corridor plan of the general plan is defined a primary vista corridor, and the footprints of those properties fall entirely within the primary vista corridor. And so I was wondering if you could, describe what the significance of that is.
I haven't reread that section of the general plan for a little while. And so, I wouldn't want to speak, wrong about it. Do you know what I mean? I wouldn't want to mischaracterize it.
Right. Yeah.
But those sections of the general plan were written by committees. So it was residents that wrote those sections and set out the priorities and the vision for those areas. And so they created the different kind of hierarchies and level of importance, and different sections of our scenic corridors have different designations depending on where you are. They have different scenic corridor setbacks, and they have different sort of vision statements for different sections of the corridor. And so we are talking about potentially having development in locations that have been identified as important scenic corridors, according to those committees. So this is a general plan update. So it's perfectly within our purview to update the general plan. We just don't want to take that lightly, but it is within the appropriate to discuss as part of this process.
My understanding is the primary vista corridor is intended to be preserved as a linear park, quote unquote, in perpetuity. And it would seem that a high density development would not be consistent with that. And so I'm wondering what the process is, if we as a committee are in favor of making that change. How is the community engaged with that? Is that a town council level decision ultimately? At what point in the process does that such a dramatic departure from our general plan get explicitly addressed? So I'm wondering.
So let me use it as an example, because that might be the easiest. Is, let's say this committee thinks that a 50-foot setback is sufficient instead of 25, because then you've opened up some of the development area, but you've preserved a scenic corridor. And maybe you think that that still achieves the section of the general plan that describes this kind of linear park feeling, because that's subjective. Is a linear park 50 feet wide, or is it 75 feet wide, right? And so if the committee thought that that was acceptable, then it would go into the draft housing element, be reviewed by the planning commission and the council, part of the public review process. And then as we get into the summer and into the fall, then we would be looking at zoning code changes that would go along with that. We're also going to be doing other changes to the general plan that are required for consistency. So it would be part of the package of general plan amendments. So using my example again, our staff consultant team is going to go through the general plan, find things that are potentially inconsistent. So we would go to that section and we would revise any portion of it to be consistent with what we've talked about up until then. So maybe if it says 75 feet, we would say we want to maintain a linear park character. We define that as 50 feet. And has these types of characteristics. So we could have a description of what makes it a linear park as opposed to just the distance that makes it a linear park. So that would be an example of how we could take that concept and see it through. And then ultimately, all changes to the general plan have to be reviewed by the planning commission and made a recommendation by the planning commission and decision by the town council.
Okay, thank you. And the second question is, I'm in favor of using the less conservative ADU allocation, the standard ADU allocation. And I suspect you're going to be unenthusiastic about what I'm going to suggest, but I'd like to know how unenthusiastic you are. and, and that is, if it makes sense for us to use the standard ADU allocation, then if we did something, if we polled property owners, apparently there's about 1,900 housing units in Portola Valley. If 10% of those property owners said, yeah, with a modest financial incentive, I would develop a junior ADU within my home, and I would commit to renting it at whatever the target price is. And in addition, we had the sort of programs that I think it was Jocelyn was describing, where we recruit and actively market to enhance diversity. If that number, 10% of 1,900 was larger than the standard allocation, yeah, we're stepping outside the sort of the norm in terms of how we're counting ADUs, but we have a good rationalization for it. Would that be acceptable? And I guess my question is how unenthusiastic are you about that suggestion? Or would it be plausible? And again, we're getting letters from each homeowner saying, yeah, I'm going to do this.
I think if we had the program well thought out in advance and letters from homeowners saying that they were going to do it, then I think we would have the basis to make the case to HCD that we would have more ADUs / JADUs in the lower income categories. But I don't think, and I certainly can think about the numbers. I'm bad at math, so I'm not going to do it right now, but I think there are 1,700 properties in town. I think 240-ish of them already have an ADU. So then we're talking about, of those, some of the larger properties can add a second ADU under our code. Everybody only gets one JADU under our code and under state law. So, from there, it would be a matter of coming up with the program that we would have to really prove. Now, they're going to be skeptical, though. And that's why my professional recommendation is to take something like that up. You would still have to balance it with rezoning, with upzoning. Because if we come back to HCD as an affluent, high resource community and say, we're going to do this with just ADUs, I don't think they're going to believe us. They're going to be very skeptical of that. I think it would have to still be part of a program that includes upzoning.
Thank you.
It's a lot to process, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, committee, Amy.
Yeah, just really two quick questions, I hope. Clarifying questions. So I don't want to get ahead of where we are on this, but if we select this idea, or if the general consensus is to opt for a writing policy emphasizing retention of local businesses as the option with regard to the commercial space, will part of that process be making contact with this organization of local businesses that Richard Gravel was talking about in public comment? Because it seems to me they are, they've done the work of organizing the stakeholders, and that they ought to be, involved in that discussion. So I just want to clarify that would be part of that process.
Yes, it definitely would be. I didn't personally know that they had organized. It doesn't mean Jeremy or someone else didn't know. That was great to hear. We'll 100% reach out to Richard and make sure that he has information and he's passing it along. So that would be part of the process. It would also include communication with owners. So it would be both tenants and owners to bring the perspective in, because I would suspect they're going to be different between our local business owners and the property owners. It's just a matter of timing. So that level of detail is probably going to be hard for us to get to, because we have to prioritize right now the staff work on the things that get us the most units, so that you can consider the strategies that get us the most units. So we'd have to make some assumptions for the purposes of the draft housing element about how many units are feasible in certain places. So that might be a little bit rough in order to complete a draft housing element on time. But I think we would probably have to do that because we have to spend our time on the things that get the higher unit counts.
I'm
Right,
curious.
and I was going to say that would only if in fact it was a policy that emphasized retention of local businesses. We're talking about a relatively small number of units that would be yielded by any efforts in that zone, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just curious, is your thinking on the commercial potential different than it was when we first considered the site maps, Laura?
Well, sure. I mean, I think everything is a little different.
Yeah.
Right? All of our thinking has been evolving together, as it should. That's the purpose of the process.
Yeah.
So when we originally identified the existing commercial businesses, I wasn't necessarily thinking we should or shouldn't have a policy where the businesses would be removed. I wanted that to be the conversation for the committee and the public to be having.
Sure.
Right. So my professional opinion is this is a good way to go to preserve the local businesses that really create a lot of the fabric of the community. That I understand that's a very good choice for the committee to make, but I wanted to present it originally in more of a neutral way.
Yeah, gotcha. So yeah, so the conclusion is to do that, we get very few houses in the commercial areas. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Back to you, Amy.
One last clarifying question on the Ford Field sort of mapping that you did. Is the idea, because it's hard to see the and I know you're just sort of ballparking the areas that you've drawn on the maps, but is the idea that Ford Field itself would remain totally functional and usable as a playing field with that 1 acre, 1.3 acre parcel being a separate space, separate from the field?
That is our thinking right now, that we would actually, because there's a deed restriction on it, because it was funded for recreation purposes. So we would probably do a subdivision action, put a parcel line down the middle so that we would have a developable site, and then figure out how to create the appropriate buffer between a development and a baseball field.
Okay, but just to be clear, down the middle, you don't mean by down the middle of the field. You mean
no,
on one side of the field.
Yep, on the side of the field. Yep. Thank you. Good clarification.
Okay. So now we're going to go to our community members. We have now 86 who are participating. We've got a bunch of hands up for comment. So let's dig in here. Christy Corley, you're up first.
Thank you. Just a few questions. I'm wondering if you can post the slides to the PV forum so we as residents could study the slides tonight during the talk. That would be super helpful. And it seems you've rearranged the housing numbers in each category. I'm curious who decided how those were rearranged and what numbers went into what categories. I just don't think I heard the explanation of that. And if it's true that we increase the low affordable, wait, you call it low affordable or very low affordable, isn't it true that we would need wraparound services that would add to the success of people in the affordable housing. So I think that's something to think about. Just wondering if it's been discussed. Then if we were to put, on another note, if we were to put 6 units on a parcel and we made 1 affordable housing and their townhouses, and someone buys buys them separately, the person who bought the affordable house decides to rent it, and we want the rent to continue to be affordable for a long time. And would we be able to put a number of years, 55, 99, or forever? Because, 20 years down the road, we want to be seen as we still have affordable housing. It didn't just go away in 30 years, 20 years. And I believe our ordinance says 30 years right now. So what are we going to do about that ordinance, and how will we rewrite it? And do we need to rewrite it now? I guess that's my question.
Okay.
And
Thanks,
that's all.
Christy.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, Dylan, do you have the clock?
Yeah,
for-
the timer is having technical difficulties, of course, so he's working on it.
Okay.
So he's gonna try to do that.
I'm trying to
All
get it back in order. I apologize.
Through the
worries.
chair,
Okay.
would you like me
Yeah.
to keep track of questions and answer them all at the end?
If you don't mind doing that, that'd be
Yeah.
terrific. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. So I'll keep track of the questions that is
Okay.
possible for us to answer
watch
tonight,
my
and I'll go
watch.
through them all after everyone talks.
I'll do a timer here on my clock. Okay, next up, Ron Eastman. Come on down.
Hi, thank you again for listening to me. So preference has been widely expressed all over the place from so many people, people I know, for less than 20 units per acre. I think I heard the sentiment expressed tonight, as well as elsewhere, that 4 units on an acre in a building that looks like something that you'd see in the ranch, for instance, that that's something that would be way more acceptable to the community and be a far better outcome. Portola Valley is 9 square miles, and if we build 4 units per acre buildings, then 253 divided by 4 is 63 and a quarter. So that would be 7 buildings per square mile, spread throughout the community. Now, where these sites would be found, Bill Russell wrote yesterday on PV Forum a very long and very interesting posting. He mentioned, for instance, that the Bessio property at the end of Georgia Lane, which I thought about, and that which is not on your list, I didn't see that, Laura, that property is owned by the best, their heirs. That is something that the town could negotiate with some people. And it makes me wonder, is there not other parcels like this spread throughout the community that, weren't on your list? And the putting a 7 per square mile, well, that number would go down once we figure out, do a proper inventory of how many ADUs and junior ADUs get in. So,
Okay.
all right, thank you.
Ron. Thanks. Betsy, you're next. Betsy, are
Thank
you
you.
there? Yep.
I was just unmuted. Thank you so much. And a special thank you to Laura and the staff, to Jocelyn and the full committee. You have a tremendous appetite for work, and you really are leaving us with a lot to consider. So really, my hat's off to you. A question, Laura, about the 20 units per acre, or if we're going to downsize that to 15 units per acre, as you refer to it on the housing sites option. It is an important part of the narrative too. I wanted to understand what your average per unit square footage assumptions were there. And as well, if you can give your per square unit, the unit per square feet in each unit. I'd love to know how many parking places you're allotting for each one of those units, since we're concerned about spillover parking. As well, I was personally impressed by Dana Breen's offer to unearth 100 or more non-conforming ADUs or JDUs for amnesty purpose, and let's bring her on. I say let's go for it, because per, I think it was Andrew's earlier point, it would seem to me that the older non-conforming ADUs would be more likely to qualify as lower income units than building new, as we are otherwise going to do. So we would be well served for many counts. Again, my thanks to all of you for putting in the big hours.
Thank you, Betsy. Judy Mendelson, you're next up.
Hello, I have two clarifying questions. One is about Ford Field. Just to check, is it deeded that the baseball field be exactly where it is now? Or could we move the baseball field to the undeveloped part and put the, I'm just thinking if we could rearrange things, it might make sense to have the parking in between the baseball field and the apartments. And as it is currently, we can't do that. And then question two, when you talk about the Blue Oaks parcel, there's 13 acres that is a strip of land along Los Troncos, and my understanding was that had been ruled out because of fire issues. And then there's a little over 2 acres sort of at the far side of Blue Oaks. This is according to the town's map of what it owns. So I just wanted to check that when you talk about Blue Oaks parcel, you're talking about the 2.25 acres, or are you talking about the strip of 13? Thanks.
Thanks, Judy. Karen Askey, go ahead.
Hi, thanks. I'm delighted to hear all of the enthusiasm for the junior ADUs and the ADUs and looking at amnesty and all of that. And I echo Bob's sentiment that I really think with a strong, robust program, we could increase that number of ADUs in our plan up from 80 and make it higher. And I would offer up an existing pool house that's only about 400 square feet. So I think it would be in the very low income category, but it would need a kitchen. One question I do have is better understanding. I think it's great too that Laura has talked to Atherton and Woodside and Hillsborough. It would be great to know what they're doing and what percentage of their allocation they're going to put in their plan with ADUs and junior ADUs. I think that'd be a really good thing to know. I wonder if there is more opportunity with the 80+ acres that are left over from the Stanford Wedge development. We haven't really talked about that. I know they're building on about 3 acres, but there's 80+ that are left there. And I was wondering why that hasn't been talked about. In terms of setbacks on Alpine Road, I have a big concern, not only because of the scenic corridor, but more because it's a main evacuation route. And I think that we need to keep that area that road wide in case we all need to leave town at the same time. And I'm in favor of preserving the local businesses and supporting them. So thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Greg King, you're up next. Go ahead. Are you unmuted, Greg?
So while we wait for Greg, the slideshows are up on the PV forum for anyone who wants to look.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, Jocelyn. Hi, everyone. Good to see so many familiar faces.
Thanks, Janie.
Wanted to thank everyone for the work tonight. Laura, in particular, I'm coming a little bit late in the game to this process, and you're your presentation tonight actually got me up to speed more than I thought I could ever be up to speed. So thank you. Just a couple comments. I really appreciate the efforts to look at town-owned land, particularly the field, and the other opportunities for that. My personal view is taking existing residential properties and upzoning them or rezoning them should probably be a last resort, in my view. I'm also pretty concerned about the voluntary upzoning. Maybe I'm misunderstanding it, but there could be possibly a race to the bottom. If your neighbor upzones his property or her property, you're left with sort of a development next to your property that you don't really have any control over. So I think there at a minimum should be some guardrails around that process if I'm not misunderstanding it. And I'm wondering whether Laura or anyone else has seen any other communities use that process and whether it's been successful or what the results have been. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for your questions and comments. Tim Clark, you're up. Tim, are you there?
I'm finally unmuted. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Sounds like me. Go ahead.
I'm Tim Clark from Ladera Community Church. We have a half-acre property that's in that, I believe it's in the area that you talked about as one of the Ladera regions along Alpine Road. I want to remind you that we have requested rezoning so we can have multifamily housing there. And so please don't take it off the list of things that are under consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Kelsey Baines, you're up.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kelsey Baines. I am a volunteer with the Campaign for Fair Housing Elements. We are doing work across the state to enforce fair housing requirements in the housing element cycle. I'm a psychologist and I got interested in housing while I was working at VA supportive housing. And what I saw in that role is that much of San Mateo County is functionally off limits to people who have vouchers because it's just too expensive to rent literally anything in many communities with a voucher. It's also a town like Portola Valley is also functionally off limits just to most people across the income spectrum. So I'm a relatively high income person, but it's functionally off limits to me. I checked Zillow, and right now the cheapest property, the cheapest house or apartment, there weren't any apartments, but cheapest thing for sale was just under $4 million, $3.9 million. So when I hear residents kind of disparaging $1.5 million condos, would be $1.5 million condos, that makes me feel like, you know, that would be an opportunity potentially for people in my income range. But so I would encourage you to think about people across the income spectrum, including people who are extremely low income and people who are extremely low income. I hope you will be listening to people like Tim Clark who are looking to do real deeply affordable development. ADUs are great, but they are not going to meet the needs of all extremely low income people, and they will not. HCD has been very clear about this. They will not meet your affirmatively furthering fair housing requirements. So I encourage you to reach out to affordable developers to find out what is needed to actually build deeply affordable subsidized units for the people who desperately need housing right now. Thank you.
You're right on the button with the timer. Great job. And thank you for your great comments. William Russell, Bill. Hi, Bill. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. So Carol has graciously ceded her 2 minutes to me, so I may take 3, possibly 4 minutes. Yesterday, Carol and I provided our written comments with several questions to this committee. We believe that the best course of action, as discussed tonight, is ADUs and JADUs. But in the event that we can't get to the required numbers, The next best case, we believe, is to pursue development of vacant lands that are geographically located a reasonable distance from the existing single-family neighborhoods that comprise Portola Valley. That development will protect the existing neighbors from losing the quiet enjoyment of their homes, as well as the decrease in the economic value of those homes that would likely arise from the development of 20 to 36 homes on a single acre in any given existing neighborhood. One of the considerations that we have before us is the 2 vacant lots on Alpine Road, in addition to a 2.5 acre office building next door. The problem with those parcels is that they are immediately adjacent to multi-million-dollar homes in the Nathorst Triangle and Applewood. If you were to develop those properties with apartment complexes, which of course your survey reveals that nobody in the town wants, then what you'll be doing is you'll be decreasing the value of the homes in the triangle, and you'll be reducing the value of the property in the triangle. In essence, if that is a major component of the policies that you develop, you will have required this small neighborhood to carry the burden of 1,740 homes in Portola Valley for providing affordable housing. It just doesn't make any sense. It's neither fair nor is it equitable. One of the solutions that you've come up with is opt-in zoning, volunteer zoning. On its face, it seems like a good idea, but in practical terms, it doesn't work because it pits neighbor against neighbor. Neighbor A decides to construct a 20-unit apartment building on his property. Neighbor B is upset because he doesn't want to live across the street from a 20-unit apartment building. Neighbor B's property values decrease because anybody considering buying that property would not do so if he or she wanted to be living in a neighborhood that is exclusively single-family residences. So you're left with the best possible course of action, which is vacant lands that are either owned by the town or are some reasonable ownership elsewhere, such as Stanford, where the properties can be developed in a coherent fashion. And I think there are plenty of parcels out there. You've named most of them already, and I understand that you're investigating the possibility of developing them, and I think that's great. The deed restriction that has been mentioned on a couple of occasions with respect to Ford Field, it's important to note that that deed restriction expires in 2031. That deed restriction can be renegotiated with the state of California. That is specifically provided in the documentation regarding the deed restriction. We could return to the state and say, can you cut it back from 2031 to 2018 to 2017, or can you transfer the deed restriction to a baseball field that is constructed elsewhere, such as on Blue Oaks or somewhere else in the property? That would free up substantial acreage, perhaps as much as 2.9 to 3.5 acres in Ford Field alone. The last point that I wanted to make is that recently this committee recommended involuntary upzoning of multiple single-family residences in the Nathorst Triangle. From the letters and affidavits that have been received from these homeowners, we now know that these homes will not be available for affordable housing development within the current cycle. At the last meeting of this committee, it was indicated that the committee was taking its consideration of affordable housing in another direction. And that is exactly what what this committee has done. And I applaud the committee for doing exactly that. However, the existing recommendation for upzoning single-family residences of those homes still remains and casts a pall over the homes and the homeowners. So I would ask tonight that what this committee do is withdraw the recommendation for involuntary upzoning of those homes whose owners have provided letters or affidavits of continued residency beyond the end of the current housing cycle. I make this request completely independent and separate from the town's consideration of the 2 vacant lots in the triangle. We believe that those properties are not suitable for development, but for many different reasons. Thank you for considering this.
Thank you, Bill. Greg, you're next up, please.
Oh, hi, it's Greg Franklin. Look, I had to step out for an hour and a half, so I hope my comments don't interfere with anything that may have been said. However, I did hear and understand that town land is the most amenable property for affordable housing development. And if that's the case, we've got a very hard problem here. I think, and hats off to Bill Kelly, I think, who said at the last meeting that this problem requires radical rethinking by everybody in this town and contributing to the process. So in what I'd like to suggest is that the town enter a partnership with the school district for shared use of the Corte Madera soccer field, and not just the use, but the maintenance of it. I probably visit that part of town 5 or 6 days a week on average. I can't remember the last time I saw a game played on the Corte Madera soccer field. Okay, it is hopelessly underutilized, and we, as taxpayers in this town, are financing a $50 million redevelopment of our 2 schools. I don't have a problem with that, but what I do have a problem with is an underutilized school field, which could easily be turned into recreational use for the enjoyment of all residents and outside parties that currently, have interest in using it. And, when I looked at the metrics of the development of the school district, I mean, it's astonishing. We're financing $100,000 per student for capital improvements currently underway in Portola Valley. Another way of thinking at it is each household in this town is financing $30,000 worth of investment. We're paying interest on that in our property tax line when we get a bill twice a year. Why aren't we taking advantage of these incredible facilities, which are hopelessly underutilized, and we really need them right now to provide for an inventory of affordable housing? So, yeah.
Thank you.
Jocelyn.
Yeah. Who's talking? Okay. Leslie Crease.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Couple points. I just want to say I strongly support the ADU and JADU approach. And I think Dana had a clever idea there about going out and looking for what there is available and talking to owners about refurbishing it. I also want to encourage the town to be very careful of our commercial triangle there at the corner of Portola and Alpine. It's easy to talk about, well, we could make these buildings 2-story or we could rezone it. But in doing that, you lose the businesses that are there. And those businesses, because of their personality and because of who they are, they're part of the warp and the woof of this community. They're part of the fabric of this community. And if you decide that we're going to rezone those and those buildings get torn down, those businesses will go elsewhere. They won't wait 2 years to have another new home built for them. And yep, you'll get other businesses back, but it really won't be the same. So I encourage you to tread lightly with our commercial area. Thank you.
Thanks, Leslie. Okay. I think the last one here is a bear. A CKT bear.
It's Cornelia Tilney.
Hey, Cornelia.
Um,
We'll talk later about your email address.
Sorry, I don't know why it comes up that way, everybody. Thank you to everybody on the East Coast. Thank you to everybody on the committee. Thank you to Laura, because you got me up to speed on a lot of stuff when I've been out of pocket for the last couple of months. So really appreciate it. I also feel strongly about the commercial district. The hardware store, I think it's very hard for businesses locally to stay in business if there's tremendous construction going on above them and over the, and around them. And I think that that is an important part of the town. I know this isn't on the agenda, and so I apologize for bringing it up, but since it was brought up tangentially a second ago, I guess I have to ask the question, and I apologize again for not being at the beginning of this process, but have we talked to the Sequoias, and has there been any discussion with Woodside about, the fact that we've lost combined between the two school districts somewhere around 400 or 500 kids? And why aren't we combining school districts and closing one of the schools and using that for housing?
That's another meeting, Cornelia.
Okay, but has there been any discussion of that?
I'm not aware of anything about that.
Okay.
I'm not plugged into that anymore. So is there anything else related to our discussion tonight?
The only other thing I would ask is whether there has been any issue about the wildlife corridor going up and down. I also support the ADU idea as much as we can possibly do it. But I'm just wondering, I thought the original idea in the planning commission was, or the original town plan to have that long scenic corridor was also because it was a wildlife corridor. And so I just would love to know if that has been considered as well. But primarily, I want to say thank you to all of you, and I'm really sorry it's so late.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Cornelia. We are too.
Yeah.
Hey, I just wanted to mention, somebody earlier just made a point that the committee had made a recommendation. Hold on a second. I just lost my train of thought. That the committee had made the recommendation to upzone single-family homes. And I just want to say that the committee did not make that recommendation. We were responding to a proposal put before us. It was just something that was being discussed. Okay, Judy Murphy, you're up next.
Thank you. Thanks to everybody for staying so late. I'll be quick as I can. I just want to say that your charge is to reflect the town values and be mindful of Portola Valley's rural character. And I think that considering parks and open space, our fields, our scenic corridor, to sacrifice the meadow, and to even be considering those things is to really be ignoring the general plan, ignoring the reasons the town was incorporated, in fact, and put at great risk the family-friendly and rural atmosphere of the town. And so you should think long and hard about using those solutions to solve this problem. This is a difficult problem, but to give away scenic corridor to get a few houses, it seems to me, is giving away a lot to get not much. I understand we have to meet our numbers. I'm totally supportive of that. I think ADUs are great, but they're not going to do it. There has to be lots of other things. And I think people misunderstand your request for voluntary upgrading. They think people are going to voluntarily upgrade to 20 per unit, and I suspect it's more. I think Laura was even talking about limiting it to 6 per acre, which is very different. No big apartment house is going to go in next to you if you upzone to 6 per acre. So I think the town panic about that should settle down.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you for clarifying that, Judy. Okay, a few more here. Ellen Vernazza, go on.
Yeah, I have I feel like Nathorst again is being targeted when you talk about, building at 4370 Alpine Road, the corner of Alpine and Nathorst. There's already a high density housing project going in next door to that property. And that property is completely surrounded by residences, regular residences, and it has a creek going right through the middle of it. So I don't think that would be a proper place to have more high density housing, since we already are getting high density housing in our area. And the second thing, what I don't know about how the deed goes again, but my thoughts were what Bill Russell said. If we put a sports park up by the Blue Oaks, on the Blue Oaks property, if we did build on the baseball field area, if that would be legal, like, can you trade deeded property, whatever, however it's deeded, can we trade it for another property and have a sports park in a real pretty place up there? Anyway, thanks.
But can I just clarify, Laura, the Blue Oaks property that the town owns, is that it's across from the entrance to Blue Oaks on the hill going down the slope? Is that right? Across the
Goes
street?
along the creek up against the town limit right there. We'll have to, we'll just have to bring back more information for you.
But it's across the street from the entrance to Blue Oak, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a hilly wooded area. It's not a place where you'd put a ballpark. I just want to clarify. It's not
Yeah, we'd
flat.
really have to look at the topography to see if something like that would be feasible.
Yeah, that's
We
a
do have the
slope.
topography map pretty well. So Carla's team would have to look at that and look at the
Yeah.
feasibility.
Well, yeah, okay. Tammy, go ahead. Tammy Cole.
Thank you very much. First of all, I just want to thank you so much, the committee, for looking at vacant land and town-owned land instead of upzoning. I just really appreciate that, and that you've heard us. Also sending out the flyer about possible ADU interest in junior unit. Just to remind everyone in the committee that we still, people on Nathorst and different people that have been highlighted and upzoned have not been notified that their property is kind of on the chopping block. I think that's why Bob Turlock had mentioned that so many people were showing up on the 228 meeting after 222, because a lot of us were on vacation from ski week. And actually, in talking to a lot of people and passing out different information, still don't know that their properties are highlighted. So I just want you to be aware of that, that we still haven't been notified of that. And I just want to, just a reminder about the town survey to, spread the units out amongst the community, just like Ellen said. It's kind of like this Nathorst area and Applewood is kind of being targeted. I live right behind the Willow Commons that is going up now with the 13 units. So if anyone wants to come on over out of the committee and check out just the view of what's going on. So if you kind of target that Applewood, the Nathorst and Alpine property, that's right next to that. And then we have Willow Commons and then the vacant land between Roberts. All of us behind there, it's again, just kind of concentrating all these units in this one area of where all these schools are and how people are going to get out. So I just really want to urge you to spread that out amongst the community. And just one other comment, Janie had mentioned she paid maybe over $350,000 for rent in this community. Us here, we've paid over millions of dollars to pay property taxes and home insurance. And so to taint our properties by involuntarily upzoning really just, it doesn't want to make us cooperate. It just makes us really scared and nervous. And that's why instead of coming to you, we're kind of looking for answers somewhere else. We really appreciate you making this the last resort. And so of course we're for ADUs. We all have, we in this community here, and me as well, would love to participate in that meeting that Laura is talking about.
Good.
And
I hope you do.
so, yes. And then one more thing, if I can just ask Laura a question is, I just want to caution when the developers come in here and you actually get these projects underway, who is going to be kind of like overseeing those, kind of like the Willow Commons, like in a day, like the trees were gone, the creek was crushed. It's like, you just have to have, I just want to know who is actually going to be overseeing those and how that's going to work. So that's it. Thank you.
Yeah. We don't want the state to be coming in and overseeing them. So that's why we're trying to get this project done on time. And as you can see, there's a lot of tough choices to be made. All right, Rita Gomez, you're up. and then Jamie, and then I'd really like to go to committee discussion because it's getting late.
Yes, I just want to say, I'll be quick. In the past year, the town has talked a lot about communicating with the community and transparency with the community. There was a meeting on February 22nd. There was a meeting, what was it, February 28th? And it's only Friday that we're now seeing the minutes from those two meetings when there are so many changes that it sounds like they're going to be the type of changes that are going to change our general plan within the next however long. And then there's going to be a 30-day process when we can make comments and whatnot. But if there's any way for like the minutes from this meeting to then be written in a more timely manner. I mean, these
So
are
Rita, I just
big
want to say,
issues, and I still have my minute. So thank
you
you.
do.
But yeah, and so I would really like for that information to get out to the public. And in the last meeting, when there was over 160 people, there were a lot of people in the community that helped make that happen. But when we have about 4,500, there are other people that are missing out on this information. And without timely minutes, they don't have that opportunity. So I ask to work on the infrastructure in this town. Most people didn't have phones along Westridge and Alpine, where all this building is supposed to happen, since Saturday. And then in January, we didn't have phones for a month. So to increase that transparency so that we can have minutes on a timely manner. I know it's not easy, but it's important for the residents of this town to
fill
have
you
that
in on what we're doing.
So, and appreciate your
Within
work.
2 days after every meeting, we're getting updates out to everybody about the meeting with timestamps on the discussion.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Those are-
discussion. It would be nice to see the names of the people, the 160 plus people that on the minutes
Okay,
that were
thank
there.
you.
So we know.
All right, Jamie Oblick. Jamie, go ahead.
Am I there?
Yep, you are.
Hey, good evening, you guys. Just a couple thoughts I had regarding Ford Field. Right now it's not an option because it's got some kind of restrictions on it. But if those could be broken down, maybe it could possibly be moved to the open space at Springdown, or possibly, I don't know how much property is at Rosati's, if that can be reconfigured and moved it there. Or even see if Stanford would be willing to put it up in their property. So those are a couple of options I thought of.
Okay.
And then also Stanford Wedge, I can't remember how many, I think they only had 12 below market. How come they're not required to put more in their property? Plus they have much more property to
They do. Yeah.
to
My
use.
understanding is they're actually putting in more than they're required to on that project. So,
Because where we are, you're putting in basically about 60%, where
Yeah.
they're putting in like half of that is percent wise. So, okay, well, you guys have a good evening and
yeah, thanks, Jamie. Bob,
okay,
you're up.
bye-bye.
Bob Adams.
Yes, I only have two items. One is that I'd like to actually pursue the Blue Oaks discussion. And I know that's going to take some work for Kara, but I would appreciate you pursuing it and see what we can get out of that. And the other is, I think we should actually start the formal process for Stanford. They said they want a formal process. There's no reason that we shouldn't start that formal process to see what we can get out of there. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Short and sweet. All right, Dana, last one. Go ahead.
Mute.
We can hear you.
A lot of people talk about the general plan, and that's my thing. So that's why I'm jumping in again. And,
Okay.
and I'm worried about the timeline. The basic concepts and objectives for any changes to the general plan should be developed through an open public process that the community has input, and that the objectives document, and everyone should pay attention to the objectives document as you're reading it, should be approved by the Planning Commission and the council after public input, and then serve as a guide to proceed to consider actual revisions to the general plan and any update to the housing element. You need to have a solid pathways document that lets everyone know where the community agrees it wants to go, and then use that as a measure to ensure any changes achieve the basic agreement to the objectives. This is a town effort and not something that should be driven by a particular vision of staff or consultants. Thank you.
I agree with you, Dana, and I think we would follow the proper process if it got
Thank you.
to general plan. Okay, so Laura, you had a bunch of things come your way. Do you want to just kind of tick off the key ones before we go to discussion?
Yeah, let me try to hit the highlights. I'll try to be
Yeah.
fast.
Thank you.
There was a question about the units in the different categories, and tonight all we did was rearrange the ADU numbers in the different categories as we discussed. For the next meeting, staff is going to be trying to fill out that table more based on information we're getting the Sequoias and more information that's coming in for us. There's a question about services and affordable housing. That's going to vary by the affordable housing developer. There's usually services if it's extremely low or people coming out of homelessness, but there's not usually going to be services on site if it's serving higher income categories. There's a question about the deed restriction, and I've actually answered this one over email. Our current ordinance says 30 years. That is out of date. The state law trumps our current ordinance. Anytime the state law is invoked, we will be updating the ordinance to update it to 55 years as part of all of this work that we're doing together. There was a question about a particular property and whether we'd reached out to them, the Bessio property. We have not directly reached out to them other than the mailers that we sent to everybody who wanted to attend the opt-in meeting. There was a question about assumptions that we're going to put into the modeling. So what are the sizes of the square foot units, the square footage of the units and the parking places? So that's still to be determined. We'll be working with our architecture and urban design consultants on the best practices. So we'll tell you that next time. But there was a suggestion about moving the baseball field and rearranging so there could be parking in between. This is a valuable idea, so we'll analyze that and see if that makes technical sense. There's a question about the Blue Oaks, which property it was, and we're confirming that it is the kind of linear property that's 13 acres. That's the one we're talking about. There's a question about the Stanford Wedge housing development. The EIR is out for that currently, and the remaining area for that site. And the answer is the project that's proposed right now uses all of the development potential according to the current general plan and the current municipal code. So it would require changes to the general plan and or municipal code in order to allow more housing at that site. There's a about this opt-in approach that we're pursuing. So there, in terms of guardrails, we've tried to notify people that there's not a guarantee that they're going to be upzoned, that this is just an exploration. And then the committee can receive that at the next meeting and provide additional feedback to staff. There's a question about whether any other communities have tried this approach. And to my knowledge, no one else has tried this approach. This was the committee's way, I thought, of being creative and trying to respond to the community's concerns. There was a question at 2 times tonight about whether we talked to the Sequoias. The chair already answered this, but yes, staff is in active conversations with the Sequoias. We're meeting with them, I think again this week, to get some feedback on what they would like to see included in the housing element. They're very interested in having updated language in the housing element related to their site, but we're going to see what they feel comfortable with and what unit projections they have. You'll recall that they spoke at a previous meeting, but they're updating that information right now. And those are the questions I can answer immediately. I think the rest were mostly comments.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, how's everybody doing?
Hanging in there.
Okay. All right. So this is discussion portion, and I guess before I turn to hands that are raised, I just wanted to reiterate, there were two main questions that Laura had pointed out that we're going to kind of focus on, and which is what combination of strategies are priorities to us as a committee? And then also to identify areas for additional analysis by Laura and her team. Does that kind of summarize it, Laura? Those two main things that we're going to be.
Yeah, and then
focusing on?
we got pretty good feedback on ADUs, but we want to make sure that there's consensus of the committee to use the standard ADU formula.
Okay. Okay, great.
And then I would say, you know, certainly whatever the committee finds most productive, we could bring the questions on the screen that we laid out in the PowerPoint, and we could use those as a guide. It might help because people are tired, and then we could go one question at a time, or we could go one person at a time and just give a summary of where people are at. So I think those are the two main ways we could do it.
And you're talking about the 8 new ideas, putting those up on the screen. Yeah.
Yeah, we had, so in terms of the sites, we had that a few slides with the different categories of things we wanted feedback on. You want to see that again to refresh your memory?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the slides. Yeah, you want to bring that up again? That would be helpful. Get us all on the same page.
It might help. Oh, it's hard.
Laura, I thought you wanted the three bullets on the committee discussion slide.
Okay, yes. So these three are the ones that we really need. Okay.
Right.
Then the following slides are just details about the site's inventory if they're helpful to you in order to provide feedback.
I would suggest that these are all interrelated, so discussing them one by one is not going to be helpful. I would rather hear where everybody is in terms of the trade-offs that we have to make here.
Yeah, and I think that sounds fine. And I'd like to have us, you know, weave in the initial strategies we were looking at on those, you know, couple of maps. So including commercial, including properties down on Alpine near Ladera, you know, that, and Nathwest, all of that. So not just the 8 new ideas. Yeah. Okay,
Right,
so
and that's why the slides, could you go ahead, Carla, to the, so I can make sure everyone understands what I mean. So these were the ones that are more specific about site strategies. Just make sure we have consensus on this. Like, go one more slide. You know, these are the ones that bring in old ideas and new ideas and kind of bring it all together.
So on the single family, is it opt-in, or are we gonna just upzone areas, and then could we, upzone but not make them non-conforming, right? Okay. Okay. So Anne, do you want to take a stab at sort of summarizing your feelings on the strategies we're looking at? And ADUs? Anne, are you muted?
Yes.
Okay, now you're not.
Anne is muted.
Anne, unmute.
Oh, darn, sorry about that. Yeah, let me go in the order. I kind of got it prepared.
Okay.
No, thank you to Laura and Adrian, Dylan, Carla, Cara. Hope I'm not divulging too much here, but I've been kind of depressed about how we were ever going to get there. But today I feel very, very encouraged that we have a chance to find a good path that this committee, the Planning Commission, the Town Council can agree to and can meet the state mandate. So I'm on a high note right now. Let me go through those 8 as you presented them. The first one with El Mirador, Neely, and Glen Oaks. I'm very enthusiastic about Glen Oaks and pursuing that. I feel like El Mirador and Neely, or any other big properties people can think of, should be second order. Keep the conversations going because they're very long. On the mixed use for commercial and AP properties, I'm enthusiastic about that. You ask about retaining the current business. I'm in favor of retaining the current businesses as opposed to allowing demolition and then expecting the businesses to come back. I think me and many people love the hardware store and the grocery store and the physical therapist. I'm very enthusiastic about the 3 properties near Alpine and Portola Road. I just think they make a lot of sense for development. Voluntary upzone, I'm suggested that, but I'm very enthusiastic about that. And the dispersed housing. The one thing I'm very negative about is the forced upzoning where it has to be high level, like 20 units per acre, where the homeowner does not have the option of their current house. So I'd like that to be off the table. It was up to me. On the town properties, yes, I definitely think we should pursue the Ford Field, the nearby. I know it's got epic trees and I'm sorry about that, but you know, many houses tear down beautiful trees in the interest of building a house. So, you know, on the Blue Oaks, you call it 13 acres. And I encourage everybody to drive by there. It is more flat, recalled. What I'd like to still be on the table is an evaluation of Blue Oaks where it's just 2 to 3 acres at, let's say, 6 units per acre. Sometimes a problem's easier if you only ask for a small thing rather than to evaluate the whole 13. Okay, then I'm really in favor of this new ADU allocation. I mean, it seems like a gift from above, right? That we can have to do fewer units if that can possibly pass. So I'm really in favor of that. And then I know you had the 8 and you don't want anything else, but I want to add 9 and 10. I heard Tim Clark from Ladera Church say that he was interested in upzoning. And I love the idea of that property, that we upzone it so it can be possible to be, let's say, 20 units per acre. The church still owns it. They can develop it themselves, which I can't see them doing that, or they can sell it. But it's up to them. It's completely at their option. They own it. When they sell it, if they want to demand that they have control of, you know, 3 of the units so they can use it for their employees, great. But if they don't need them, fine, they can rent it out on Airbnb. I think the same thing applies to some of the Priory land. You know, we talked about that white house. As you drive down from Alpine, drive down Portola, there's a white house that people say was deeded or given to the Priory. You know, what if we did the same thing to a piece of property there, upzoned it? It can be possible to be 20 units per acre, but doesn't have to be. But it's the Priory's, you know, option. They can do what they want with it. And then my 10th item is, I wish the Stanford Wedge was on the table for more units than what they've currently got proposed. You know, that property's 90 acres. I mean, it's near me, so, but it seems like an awfully nice property for more units. So that's all for me.
Terrific. That's a good summary. All right, so Bill, why don't you go next? Just
Sure.
build on what Anne was saying.
Yes. So first, a couple of things, more of a general nature. First, I think Laura and her team did an extraordinary job tonight, not just in terms of marshaling a lot of complicated information and presenting it in a coherent way, but also in being genuinely responsive to the prior discussions of the committee and the community. And I guess in that context, I'd just like to say that those who are complaining about what they perceive as a lack of transparency in this process, that somehow we are trying to hide the ball from them, are just completely off base, not only factually wrong, but acting in a way that is kind of offensive to those of us who have spent real time and thought in this process. So, you know, I didn't join this process expecting to get thanks from anybody, but I didn't really expect to get abuse either. And I'd encourage you to be a little more thoughtful in your comments along those lines. So that's my preamble. I think at this point of the game, we're getting close to nut cutting time. We're going to have to make hard decisions about what to consider and what not to consider. My sense is that from the perspective of the workload that we're putting on town staff and the timetable that we're operating under, the most effective thing we can do is take things off the table and basically say, concentrate on everything that's left. But here's what we don't want you to consider. So the things that I would say I would take off the list right now are actively used recreation fields, number one. Part of this is just, I'm trying to find the path of least resistance, the path that will enable us to get to an answer in a reasonable amount of time, and that is not likely to lead to huge consternation, justified or not.
So Bill, let me just ask, I like where you're going. Clarify though about Ford Field, what you think.
Okay, so here's my list of what I would take off the list.
Yeah, but it is an
actively used recreation fields, which means we don't touch the baseball field, but the other parts of Ford Field are fair game. And by the way, consistent with Ann's point, that's right down the hill from me. So it isn't like I'm just imposing that on somebody else. It's something that means something to me. Number two, I would leave the commercial space because I think the opportunity for misinformation and nonsense coming from different constituencies here is kind of too great to deal with it. And I don't think it's going to yield us any great value. So I would leave the commercial space as is. Number three, I would basically avoid any non-voluntary upzoning of properties, whether or not I think the properties that are sitting right along Alpine Road, I think are very logical development opportunities, and we should pursue those. But the broader set of things, and I think the whole, it's going to create more complexity and angst than it's going to be worth. And in connection with that, I would actually, I understand we undertook this voluntary upzoning survey. I think that's likely to be unproductive. And because one of our core values in Portola Valley seems to be, we not only control our own property, we control our neighbor's property. And that's just going to lead to more grief and nonsense in these discussions than it's going to be worth. So I would take that off the table as well. And last, I would probably be inclined to take Blue Oaks off the table because it's in a remote part of town. The access issues are complicated. The land looks difficult, and I don't think it's going to yield us that much. That's my first order approximation. All of the other things that we're considering, I think make a lot of sense, especially the Mirador and Neely properties, which can yield us some real value. The properties along Alpine Road that can yield us some real value. The Stanford property, the horse property there, all of that makes perfect sense. And I think if we can constrain the task that the town staff has to manage, they can come back to us with a nuanced, sensible proposal that will enable us to comply with our responsibilities. That's it.
Okay, great. That's super helpful, Bill. Thank you. Andrew, go ahead.
I agree with a lot of what Bill said, but I don't want to go into each parcel tonight. I don't think that's what we're being asked for. I would like to keep all the parcels that have been talked about on the staff reports in play. I would like to add the parcel adjacent to Corte Madera School and the Frog Pond that was taken off by the city council earlier. Or at least look at that. It's a city-owned property. It's on a major street. It's currently not used for much of anything. I think if we're going to have upzoning, we ought to allow the owners to keep their current uses, not just as permitted uses, not just as non-conforming, but as permanently permitted uses. I don't think the idea of voluntary upzoning makes any sense because it pits people against each other. So I would be in favor of upzoning only if it preserves existing uses and have it not have it be parcel by parcel. And I'm in favor of the ADU allocation presented tonight. It's more generous to us. I am not in favor of having junior ADUs be the entirety or majority of our housing allocation. They're not suitable for families. They present parking problems. I think we have to face it that ADUs are gonna have to be built, not just carved out. Let's see if there's anything else. Oh, and I think we should strive for retention of existing businesses. And I think that's all the comments I had at this point.
Super. Thank you, Andrew. Can you just clarify your point about the avoiding non-voluntary upzoning? And then you talked about non-conforming. What was your point there again?
Oh, no, I think if we're gonna upzone, it shouldn't be up to the landowners to volunteer their parcels, because I think that creates a patchwork that's insane. And there'll be incredible pressure on people and lawsuits and whatnot. If you're gonna upzone, just upzone, but then allow the single family homes, which are already there, as an allowed use even under the upzone.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. All right, Mr. Al Sills, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Let me just run through the list. I think that we should be using more aggressive estimates for the ADUs. I would not replace active recreational or open spaces or recreational spaces. I'm very much in favor of looking at the Ford Field portion that is not the actual field. Then looking at the more details, town center substation next to the soccer field. Yeah, I think we had to look at that. Ford Field, I think that's reasonable. Parking lot behind Roberts, empty lot next to Roberts, corner of Alpine and Nathorst. Those all I think are worth looking at. I don't think we'll end up actually having to use all of those, but I think at this point, it's not clear what are the best choices of those. So I think we ought to be analyzing all of them. Single family upzoning, I would only consider properties that opt in, and as part of the dispersed housing strategy, I think that is a reasonable approach, and I would limit it to 4 to 6 units per acre. And at that point, I don't think that it necessarily does have to create problems in the community, because really you could build a 6,000 or 7,000 square foot unit that was really 4 residences, and it wouldn't be any different than the big houses that people are building already. So I think that it's quite feasible to have people opt in to upzone their property, and then have something that fits in with the community. It can't be high density, but I think it's a good strategy for the market rate housing. Let's see, the properties generally in the Nathorst area or the properties on Alpine Road near Ladera, I don't want to do any forced upzoning. So those properties would fall off unless the people volunteered. Commercial properties, I think we should emphasize retention of existing businesses. I think that particularly at Village Square, it looks to me like you could probably still squeeze in 2 or 3 more units, but it's not going to be a big win. I don't think we want to demolish the existing buildings, because it'd be too hard on the existing commercial. Glen Oaks, I definitely think we ought to move forward on that and start the official process. Neely and El Mirador, I actually think those are going to be so complicated that we should be working on them, but we should be working on them with the idea that maybe they would be appropriate for the next go round. I don't think there's any hope that we could get that squared away in time for the existing one. And Blue Oaks, the Blue Oaks remnant, I'm a little worried that it's got the same kind of issue where it's going to be very complex to do. But that one, I still think we ought to continue to do research and site feasibility, and maybe we get lucky and we can do something with that one in the short run. But again, that's probably more of a long run item. Let me just skip to a couple other comments that I have, just a sec. Let's see, I think I said it already. I believe in dispersed housing. Glen Oaks, I think, is good. I think we should pursue more units on the Stanford Wedge, not a ton, but if we could get them to develop a couple more acres, that's like another 12 to 15 units of market rate and a little bit of low-cost housing. Let's see, I think that we definitely should follow Tim Clark's request that we upzone his property. Things that I think are not realistic for this go round: Springdown, El Mirador, the Neely property. I don't think we ought to get into the road remnant and the frog pond issue. I think that's we've got petitions out there where 700 people were against it. It'd be too big of a battle. Let's see. And I wouldn't really do much with the Bezio parcel. That to me, that's just another forced upzoning. If they want to volunteer to do some upzoning, great, but otherwise we should not be doing anything to forced upzone. I think that's the extent of my comments.
Thanks very much, Al. It's great. Okay, I guess if you've got your hand up, please, and you've spoken, please take it down. Sarah Wernikoff, go ahead.
So Al's going to make it easy for me because that was a very comprehensive run through and I was able to check off my comments as he went through. So thank you, Al. I think a more generalized comment I would make is that I definitely would, I do support dispersing this as much as possible. And I do think that we need to be cautious about adding too much density at Alpine and Portola. I know there are a lot of lots right there that do make sense for a lot of reasons, but I think we need to spread it out as much as possible and be thoughtful about the amount of density we specifically put there, regardless of whether or not all those lots that have been mentioned, check the boxes, but I think altogether would create too much density. So that's kind of just a high level comment on that. The only other thing I wanted to share is we have kind of some ongoing calls with Stanford just for general updates. And I did speak with them about the wedge. And as everybody knows, their EIR is published. And so, if it were to be an incremental opportunity there, it would be under a separate EIR process. It would be incremental and separate from what's going on right now, not to distract from all the work that's gone into the current process. And I think it would need to be vetted out, but I think they were concerned that it would push too much where they thought the development would be is further back. I assumed when I was looking at it that they thought the development would be further, into town, west or south, whatever that is, that direction. And what they were expressing is that it would be actually further back, and then that would require some grading. It would be further, into the slope. And so, I just balanced that with all of the concerns there has been about fire and risks in that location specifically. So just thought I would share that. So that's the only new comment I have. So thanks all.
Thanks, Sarah. I guess I just wanted to ask a question. We have 61 units if we do the less conservative ADU numbers, 61 low, or below, low or very low income properties, and then 89 moderate and above moderate. So I guess when people are giving these recommendations about all this land, it's sort of like all encompassing, I'm assuming, for all these units. So the Blue Oaks land, for instance, maybe makes more sense for moderate and above moderate housing because it's far away from any sort of amenities versus the other. But if there's any other particular points you want to make about that distinction, please do. Okay, what do we have here? Helen, go ahead.
Hi, I just didn't say earlier, thanks to staff. I know we're all really tired, but staff, you guys did do a bang up job on this. Following up on the Blue Oaks, I would absolutely be really concerned about Blue Oaks as an affordable housing site because of the lack of tax credit, exactly what Kelsey Baines said. So I also am worried about Ford Field location. And the Oaks are there. So I like that it's public land, but I am concerned about the lack of amenities close to it. So, and I actually would put the road remnant back into the play because of its proximity to grocery stores, its proximity to, it scores really well in the rankings because of its proximity to the school. And the school might want to put, yeah, I shouldn't, like if the school wanted to ever build any housing, this might be a good time for them to build housing. I can't speak for them at all, so but that's all I'll say. But I do think the road remnant is I think that should be back in play. The town center substation to me has always been a very odd place for housing because it's in the middle of a recreational area. So I think that's strange. I think actually the Alpine and Nathorst, I think if you could do mixed use there, I think that absolutely would be great for moderate type income, income and market rate things, because you can retain the commercial. I do think that the parking lot behind Roberts and the empty lot next to Roberts also are great. Concerning the ADU situation, I am really concerned about counting the ADUs as low income, particularly for families. Like me as a single mom with one kid, so trying to find a 2-bedroom has been just awful. So, so that now, and there's nothing for rent. So to have it count for affordable housing, I think is disingenuous. And I am very concerned about that proposal. Helen,
let me ask you this. If we partnered the ADU number with sort of the programs and outreach that we were talking about for, to lower income families, would you then support it?
It would have to be a very comprehensive program. And I also am really concerned that it would only work for, it would not meet the state's furthering the fair housing criteria. Because something that, as many of you know, it's if you know the right people, you get the housing. So then it's the friends and family of the people that are already here. And so again, I am concerned about this, that it would, and as well as, if we're looking at asking Stanford, so again, we're going with friends and family that people already know and people at Stanford who are often faculty. So that concerns me right there, because it potentially would not meet the furthering the fair housing idea.
Mm-hmm.
Because
it seems like if there was a group we worked with that actually targeted families and, was doing sort of this matchmaking and it was formalized.
Right, but no one, like I've reached out to HIP Housing and talked to them and no one from Portola Valley is willing to work with them is what they said. And they actually they have a really hard time placing families. So if we want family housing, family-friendly housing, this concerns me.
Okay.
So,
anything else, Helen?
Did I leave off anything? I would, I would not replace active recreational, the soccer fields. I would maintain those. Those are active recreation sites are important for youth and adult sport, recreational community building sports. So those are tricky. So I would keep those. Have I forgotten anything else that I was supposed to answer? I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, super. That's great. Janie, anything else you want to add or take away?
Hi there. Many notes, but late here at night. I wanted to just clarify my comment before on the amount of rent we've paid over the last 20 years and why that's like a valuable data point is that I think, you know, when you create affordable housing in a rental situation and people don't have a pathway out or a pathway to home ownership, it creates a cycle of, you know, unstable housing, and it doesn't open up new units, right, for new families. So like one of the ideas that I had for, you know, our fund is potentially, I think like 10 years ago, this might've been in the last housing allocation, that, you know, helping people to purchase homes in a community that also has rentals. And that's kind of worked in the past to create more stable pathways to home ownership. And that's something that then people can, you know, if you're paying $5,000 a month for an ADU for one bedroom, you're not saving any money. You're going to be in that cycle forever. You're not ever going to be able to get out of it. So that's one thing I just wanted to kind of clarify there. In creating a healthier community, if you do build affordable housing, where are the pathways out of it, right? And how do you look at that? Because I will tell you, if people are living in a place where they have no incentive to A, keep it up, or B, move through it, that's where you get a lot of the concerns that people are, you know, talking about. I definitely think that looking at the current ADUs, what Dana mentioned, and trying to create numbers where we look at what we currently have, if it's 240 or whatnot, we need to have that data. And then I am one, I know people support the frog pond. I love listening to them as well, but the road remnant is a potential site I would like to see back for many reasons. You know, I think opening up new retail space with new housing, even that in that parking lot behind Roberts, could be a way where we keep our existing retailers, but perhaps behind that is where you have some housing and parking. I am absolutely opposed to upzoning any occupied single family housing where people have invested their homes, you know, and paid for those homes and their families. I will say, I think people who do live in areas that abut commercial space should be kind of cognizant with a reasonable assumption that that would be developed over time. And, you know, for example, NAFWORS has a lot of privacy on the back end. It's a dead end street up to Priory in those lots. So any development there would be like street front facing. So it's kind of a reasonable assumption that that would happen. I think, you know, definitely the Blue Oaks is something I'm interested in looking at. Yeah, town-owned lands and fields, voluntary upzoning could be a hornet's nest, but I think it is still should be on the table. I especially think we need to, is pointed out, reach out to people that were in this upzoning cycle, especially some of the elderly, that we really need to do some high touch on that and reach out and you know, have a better communication with them. Thinking of the young lady who, or the woman who spoke on her mother's behalf, like I think that's where we missed to be. Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of notes, but that should be it for now. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Janie. So I guess, Laura, when we're talking about doing like Ford Field, you know, that acre there, and say Glen Oaks, are we talking about mixed income developments?
We would have to talk about it further, but we have to think about how we're going to get to our affordable housing unit number.
Yeah.
And so Ford Field, because we own it, is
Yeah.
good for that. Helen's points are well taken about the tax credit system. But the Stanford property would probably be a mixed income project. It would probably be primarily market rate, and I'm just guessing, but with an affordable inclusionary part of it.
Mhm. And would you see if Blue Oaks, if we did anything there, would that be, in your mind, moderate and above?
It would probably be moderate or above. I mean,
Yeah.
we could probably have an inclusionary requirement 15%, but it would probably be primarily market rate.
Yeah. Just by virtue of where it is. Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah, I have some
Jeff?
comments.
Anybody want to add anything else?
Yeah, I got some comments.
Okay, that's Bob talking.
Yep.
I hear your voice. I don't see you. There you are.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, although I see Nicholas just raised his hand, it's usually fun to go
Uh-oh.
after him, so.
That's trouble.
Question, do we still need the screen share or would you rather see one more
I
easily?
think we're in a good groove here, so we probably don't need it anymore.
Okay.
But that was helpful having that up there. Thank you. Yeah.
So I had a number of thoughts. First of all, I wanted to sort of second Sarah Dorahy's very eloquent description of what my vision has been. Thank you, Sarah, for expressing that, a village within a village. I mean, I find that very appealing. And, an area that has sort of the vibe of the Priory, a community with access to resources like the public library, small retail shops, the feeling of a community. And it's not obvious to me how that would be accomplished within Portola Valley, but it seems to me that, access to commercial or resources of a town center or recreational fields would be part of that. And if there is a way to do that and do it in a way that allows expansion for the next housing cycle, when our RENA goes up by another factor of 4, that would be even more ideal. So generally, I'm drawn to, if there's going to be high density housing, I'm drawn to a scenario where there's a sense of community that goes with it, and that includes public space and resources and small retail. I started this process with a very open mind. I found myself developing a strong bias against high density zoning, particularly 20 units per acre, if it's not in the context that makes sense, like a village, within a village. In terms of the voluntary upzoning, I oppose that also for 2 reasons. One, I think it is very unfair to neighbors. And I think it is, as a number of people have suggested, would be a race to the bottom. I don't really think that's the way to go. There's a second reason, and that's something we haven't talked about very much, and that is the fire hazard is not distributed equally around town. And there was consensus between Don Bullard and Zieg Ludner, and also David Sapsis, who's very senior at CAL FIRE and involved in the CAL FIRE maps, that the best maps we have right now are the Maritz map. And that shows, very high hazard throughout areas like West Ridge, Alpine Hills, et cetera. And we haven't been talking about where voluntary upzoning might happen with respect to those hazards. So that's the second reason why I'm not in favor of it. I agree that we probably can come to decisions soon, but I'm not optimistic that they'll be good ones, because I don't think we're informed well enough. We haven't been talking about questions that are answerable, like what is our evacuation capacity and what would the impact of developing the Ford Field area and across the street on that section of Alpine close to Ladera. What would the impact be on evacuation? Is it better there, or is it better on the other side of town? Ladera has about the population of Ladera that needs to evacuate is about a third the size of Portola Valley. So there's a lot of people coming out there. We haven't thought about that. Those issues aside, personally, I'm kind of drawn to, if we're going to develop densely, that's within walking distance of a commercial area. And I'm very, I find the idea of Ladera Community Church pursuing their mission and developing housing to be very appealing as well. If we go that route, I would really like to see community involvement, community engagement of that neighborhood, those parcels that are directly directly affected. One other point that I think is supportive of that location is that the adjacent parcels, as I understand it, are up on a bluff. And so they would be less negatively impacted perhaps than if it was on flat areas. So I think there's something to be said for those areas adjacent to Ford Field, next to Ladera Community Church, but with those caveats I just mentioned. In terms of the ADUs, again, I'm supportive, but to Helen's point, I think it was Helen that made it, I think it'd be critical that there's sort of an explicit agreement with the owner about what the rents would be, that there'd be documentation, that it's not just a way to provide fancy pool houses, that it really does provide affordable housing. Those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Can I ask you, Bob? So, and Sarah, I guess this village within a village idea, it seems to me like you need a lot of land to do that kind of thing where things are spread out. And I don't think anything that we're talking about really supports that other than the big tracks like Mirador or Neely.
Yeah, I was thinking that if that was even a possibility, it would be Mirador, Neely, and Blue Oaks. Like you do something in those areas. And again, that's that's a big project. That's probably a long-term difficult
a longer
thing to plan,
term.
but it makes sense. Like it's we develop some kind of density in the Portola Valley Way, a la Portola Valley Ranch on a tighter scale. I mean, that would be a great living space for people.
Yeah, I love the idea. I mean, do you agree with that, Bob?
Yeah, it's not obvious to me where it goes. It would require space. To my thinking, it would leverage existing commercial areas and public areas. Janie Ward kindly gave me a tour of the Priory. It was my first and only time there, and I was inspired. I mean, that was exactly the kind of thing that I had been thinking about in sort of an idealistic way. And when Sarah was describing her vision, that's what came to mind. So it is possible in Portola Valley. I understand the Priory land was purchased back when it was very cheap, so it's a different story now. But
okay, thanks.
It'd be nice to see that kind of thing develop.
Yeah, but even the way that Willow Commons is being developed, it's just really in keeping with Portola Valley. I think it's not a big block structure. It's sort of spread out and, low impact in my view, and very pretty. So it's sort of along the lines of what you're saying. Okay, who has not spoken yet? Nicholas, have you already gone?
I have not gone.
You have not gone. Okay.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to be pretty brief, and that is I largely appreciate the suggestions that Anne initially made. I'd like just to make a couple of additional observations, and that is the community within a community is sort of the idea of a master planned community or a planned unit development, and the place to do that really, so the obvious places to do that are either on the Stanford properties or else on El Mirador. And I think El Mirador, Neely, and probably the substation on the town property all really belong together in one cohesive unit that really needs to be thought out. I think you could do a lot there that's really interesting. It's in a good location for a number of reasons, not the least of which are fire-related issues. There's seismic issues that need to be worked through and thought.
Okay, thank you.
It's interesting, I'm just getting spammed as we're going through here. So I think that that's a good option, but probably to be considered. Laura had also mentioned in the context of prioritization in terms of time and in terms of other dimensions that we'd think about, using the same kind of factors that we used in looking at the town-owned properties. And I would certainly suggest that we do that. I think that combined with the approach that Dana had observed with respect to ADUs, potentially as modified by Andrew's comments, also could make a lot of sense. I would suspect that if we started tallying up the numbers, given the prioritization of some of the units that or some of the properties that we've talked about, including the Stanford properties, including the church and others, the commercial spaces behind Roberts, that we would really be dialing in to something that looks like a plan that would hit our requirements and lead to something positive for the community. So I've got.
Okay, thanks, Nicholas. Helen, did you go already? I can't remember. I think she did. Okay, Jeff, you're up next. Go ahead.
Go, Jeff.
Thank you. I think we should. I'm all for getting as many ADUs built as we can. It's not a complete solution. It certainly does leave out some populations, but I think it is a good way to distribute the building throughout town. I guess I'm fine with the less conservative allocation. We seem to be comfortable with that. I definitely would not. I do want to look at the open space next to Ford Field, but I agree that I would not like to see us replacing our active recreational fields. We've looked at Blue Oaks several times over the years, and we've always kind of moved on for various reasons, including that it's far away from things. It's on a fairly narrow street. It's on a sloped, fairly fire-prone area. It's one of those. I agree that with the general consensus, I think which is that it's probably a lower priority. The one thing I'll add that I will add is, I absolutely want to preserve our local businesses, but I do want to think about in the near term. I do want to think in the longer term, because those commercial properties will have to be redeveloped someday. If and when the current owners of those properties decide either they sell or they do want to redevelop them, I would like to see them redeveloped in a way that sort of maximizes their potential. And so I guess I worry, yes, I want to protect the local businesses, but I'd like to sort of split I kind of want to split the baby and say that I'd love to preserve local businesses, but I'd love to give some of these properties a chance to, be developed in a way that's it's going to look a lot different than it looks now, but would actually maximize both commercial space and affordable housing space or housing space along with them. I don't have a quick answer to that one. Maybe it's some kind of overlay. Maybe it's something that sort of, maybe larger, maybe there's CUP processes to go through with them. I don't know, but I'd like to think about how to get more housing onto those sites in the long term as they are being redeveloped naturally. I'll put it that way. I think that's really, other than that, I think everything I've thought has been captured in other people's comments. So thank you.
Okay,
I think if we're talking about, we have to have a combination of some density, and hopefully it's my sort of, utopic vision of this mini Portola Ranch, as well as sprinkling houses throughout town. And if we're talking about sprinkling, then I think we have to consider the area behind Roberts. And again, this can be done following a checklist, aesthetically pleasing, again, Portola Valley Way, that, you could have mixed use in that area. And Janie's right, people do, and, we're going to get in trouble for saying this, but people do live, you abut a commercial area. So you have to expect that there will be some development there at some stage. Unfortunately, that's just the reality of, where houses are built. And then again, I think the junior ADU solution is a good one if we do it in conjunction with pathways, with housing organizations that will make sure that, you know, we do have a good mix of, you know, very low income and the whole spectrum all the way through there. And for Glen Oaks, if we can retain the scenic corridor, there must be a way we can do that. Again, if you're building carefully, houses don't have to be monoliths. I mean, the last thing I want to see is a 20 units, you know, clumped together in Portola Valley. And I really hope we can dispel that myth tonight, because if I hear it one more time, I'm going to scream. That is not what I have in mind. And I don't think anyone in Portola Valley is talking about building 20 unit high rises. So can we please drop that term from any discussion going forward? I got a bit annoyed there, so I can't remember what I was going to say next. But I think that, you know, we can build things in a way that is pleasing to the eye, and that is, you know, that again, that they will sit quietly in our community. And that's where our checklist will come in handy. You know, we're not going to let people come in, I hope, not going to let people come in and start building high rises here. So we have to, I think we have to just kind of imagine that we will have some density, but we will have to have a sprinkling all around town. That's just the way it's going to have to go if we're going to get to these numbers.
Sarah, what do you think about voluntary upzoning around town?
I have to say, I'm not sure about it. I really don't know, because I see how it can be a problem, which is a lukewarm, pathetic answer. But you know, it's true, right? You have a neighbor who decides they want to build, yes, we could make a max of 6 units, but it makes a difference. I don't know. I really don't know the answer to that question. That's my response there.
Yeah.
Can I actually just ask, how many people do we know that staff, how many people have responded for the voluntary upzoning meeting at this point? Does staff have any numbers at all? Like, is it?
I don't know if Dylan is still there. I don't blame him if he's not, but he's the one that has the latest numbers.
I'm still here. Let me give me a moment. Let me check.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess one question I have, Laura, is based on all of the options, you know, that we've been discussing tonight, do you think we're going to need it? Do you think we're going to need the single family rezoning, whether it's, I mean, I think there's broad consensus that at a minimum, it would only be done, if at all, with opt-in, and it seems like even the opt-in there's issues with. So I guess I don't want to put you on the spot. As I'm talking, I'm realizing I'm probably putting you on the spot, but it just, I'm hopeful, given our, you know, sizable menu of options at this point, that it's something that we could avoid altogether.
I'd say it's a low priority.
I still think it's a potential missing middle solution. As Kelsey Baines pointed out, you know, a sprinkling of a small number of 6 unit developments throughout town, you know, subject, if we're careful about where we put them in terms of fire safety and everything,
right,
gets you sort of condos or townhouses that are in that sort of, I mean, affordable $1.5 million range. It doesn't seem affordable by a lot of people's standards. It does give you something that's less, it's more reasonable than what's out there. Nicholas,
I think the problem I'm worried about, Jeff, is we've seen such a demonstrated capacity for nonsense and misinformation to be spread around the town on issues. And if you lay open the possibility, even theoretical, that your neighbor next door may zone their property so that there could be 6 units, and how would you feel about that? Even if that's implausible, even if it's unreasonable, it's going to get in the way of a decision process that's going to ultimately not be super divisive. And that's why I would take that off the list.
So I actually really agree with Jeff, actually, respectfully, Bill. And I agree with you as well that oftentimes neighbors get upset, but I also think that you can create within a larger footprint. You could create small units within a larger footprint, for example. So 6 units might, I mean, the image of 6,000 units would be crazy to me, but the idea of 6 1,000 square foot units within a 6,000 square foot floor volume FAR makes a lot more sense to me. So I actually agree with Jeff and support it as well.
In principle, I could see that, but I think there's going to be a lot of blood spilt in the process and for not much value. So I'm at the stage now where I think we ought to be thinking about what's going to get us to the finish line here, following the path of least resistance. And that's what informed the list of things I would take off the list.
Well, that's fair, but Bill, I mean, the reason I brought it up and said what I said is I actually think that might be something that we need to get that last bit of market rate housing out there, honestly.
You might, but boy, we're talking about so many spaces and really 300 units plus or minus. I'd be surprised. And that's why I would think from the town perspective, from the staff perspective, I would let the staff do the work and come back and say, within certain of these parameters, can you get us to 300 or whatever our target number is? My sense is just from hearing this, that adding in the Ford Field space, adding in Mirador and so forth, we could get there without having to upset a zoning structure in this town that many people seem to think was created by the founding fathers. You know, why fight that fight?
So Laura, at the May 2nd meeting, does it make sense to, you know, sort of stack up these options that people are sort of getting behind here in this meeting and consider whether we need to do, like Sarah Wernicott was saying, do we need to do the opt-in housing?
So we're going to have the meeting with them this week. So Dylan has his hand up. So Dylan, how many people are signed up for the opt-in meeting as of now?
Eyeballing since this meeting has been occurring in the last couple of hours, I've probably gotten 20 more emails, but for upzoning, it looks like there are 14 interested parties. And in comparison, we were at 38 for the ADU. And so I'd have to add up the final numbers tomorrow, but 14.
Yeah, but order of magnitude 15 for the opt-in meeting.
From eyeballing it, which is not very useful at this hour, but I would say 14 is kind of what I'm tallying up at the moment.
Okay, so I think what we should do is we'll have the meeting with everyone on Thursday. We'll tell them that this is just an exploration. We'll be careful with setting expectations. We're already going to tell them that we've already said everything has to be vetted for safety through this committee, planning commission and council. So we'll make sure that that's clear, but I think we have a conversation with them. We see what people are interested in. We see if they're interested in 6 units or more than 6 units. You know what I mean? What are they, how serious are they? Or are they just exploring, or did they just want to come because they were interested in what the conversation was going to be? Then I think what staff will do is we'll take all of this feedback. We'll take our analysis as far as we can. We'll keep in mind the priorities that you just expressed to us tonight. We'll take into consideration the timeline for development for Nicholas's comments in that discussion. And then we're going to still go kind of dig into all the corners and see if we can find any more units anywhere. So we're going to talk to Sequoias. We're going to revisit all of our assumptions. So we're going to come back with the best numbers that we have and the strategies and the number of units we think they're going to produce, and some sort of tool to analyze them, some kind of pros and cons, or, you know, something to help you to prioritize. So that's what we'll do for May 2nd. And then we'll have to, you know, just really talk it through and reach consensus or do some voting if we need to on May 2nd.
That sounds like a motion to adjourn.
Yeah, that sounds good. I guess I just have one last thing that I want to ask people about. And that is, I feel like we should talk about what we're comfortable seeing happen in that Nathor's area. If we allowed behind Roberts and then along Alpine Road and the office on the corner,
Well, I think it's going to be hard for you to know because you have nothing to respond to. So we'll have analysis that at least is kind of like a very basic site plan and a sense of the number of units that might fit on those properties. And I think
Okay.
it'll be much easier to respond when you have that information.
All right, at the next meeting.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Can
So-
I make,
All right.
can I make one last comment, just thinking ahead to the Thursday meeting on opt-in? I appreciate that there's a lot of interest in that from the community. People that may not be opting in, but just want to observe and learn about it. I guess, Laura, I'm just wondering what, because my understanding is it's a slightly different format than these Brown Act meetings. So I wonder if you just want to give people a sense of what to expect in terms of the format, because I also just want to assure that for those that are attending, because they truly are interested in potentially doing this, I want to make sure that they have the room to ask their questions and really understand the process.
We're just going to give, Carla and I are staffing it. We're going to give basically an overview of the basic terminology and the things they need to understand. Like what is the density, show them the visualizing density slides that you've seen, help them to visualize it, explain what an overlay zone is, tell them a little bit more about this committee and what you were trying to explore, and then just talk to them. I mean, very free form discussion. It's not going to be like this. It's not going to be like a public meeting, Brown Act meeting. It'll be questions and answers from the people that are actually interested. And we'll do our best to answer questions and gauge their level of interest in actually participating.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, do you want to go to staff update for a few minutes?
I just wanted to make sure everyone knew about the dates. I feel like I said the dates about 10 times in the course of this meeting.
Yeah.
So
May
we're
2nd,
updating
May
all the
24th.
things we've always promised to update. Things will be posted. Stuff is coming. That's all you need to know. We talked about it all.
Okay, and then we're gonna do approval of minutes. We've got 2 sets of minutes from February 22nd and February 28th. We need a motion to approve both of them.
So moved.
Second,
I'll second.
okay. And then we need to do what? Roll call or?
You should take
No,
any
we could
public
just-
comment if there's any public comment on the minutes.
Okay,
Should be public comment and then discussion. So for example, I'm listed as not being present at either one of those meetings. I'm also included on having spoken, and if anyone was present at those meetings, they would know that I was there. So it asks that that be corrected.
okay. Any public comment on the minutes? We have now 45 people from the community. I don't see any hands up. Okay, so motion to approve both minutes with the edits that Nicholas just said. We did first and second, so now what do we do, Laura?
All in favor?
That's
So just
it?
say all in favor. That'll be good enough, and everyone can put up their.
All in favor?
Yeah.
Any nays? Okay. I think we're done.
I got no nays. Okay.
No nays.
Okay, and the slideshows and the Zoom links for tomorrow and Thursday's meetings are on the PV forum. For
Good job,
anyone.
Rainey. Thank you.
Okay. Good night,
Um,
everyone.
Sarah had a great idea on how to do the information update. I'll send you an email, or maybe Sarah, you could send an email. Okay, motion to adjourn. Thank you for all your work tonight.
Thank you.
Thanks
Bye.
very much, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Have a
Thanks,
good
bye-bye.
week.